they come. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, it's a warm day here on Prince Edward Island. It's going to be a fantastic day for racing. Welcome to PEI Colt Stakes doubleheader Saturday. We have 30 races on tap for you this afternoon and tonight. 14 this afternoon, 16 tonight. A blockbuster card tonight, and this afternoon's card is incredible, featuring PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colts and fillies. Hi, everyone. It's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all the action this afternoon and tonight. And as I mentioned, a 14-dash program this afternoon and featuring the PEI Colt Stakes, the 2-year-old colts, a really nice division going postward in race 12 today. It's a field of 6, and we're going to get a look at a couple heavyweights in this division. Dusty Lane Tito has the rail. Dunce and Harry from post 2. Tobin's Chester, incredible season so far in his freshman campaign. 5 wins and a second from 6 starts out of the Jason Hughes stable. He is post 3, so he has the inside advantage on Jackie's Boy, who leaves right next door for Heffernan, and he's having an incredible year too with 4 wins, a second and a third from just 6 starts. Little Leroy has post 5, and Jack Boswell has post 6. Purse 14,600. Again, that's in race 12. In the very next race, we have the undefeated filly, Chip of Evil, and Corey McPherson with the pole position. So that's going to be a great race to keep an eye on. More on her in just a little bit. But for all today's program and equipment changes, let's end upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 40 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 23 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Allain and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here today's program and equipment changes. In the first race today, scratch number 2, No Shui Jose. Race 1, scratch the 2 entry, No Shui Jose. Turning over to race number 2, the 4 entry, Windermere Evelyn. Removing the ear hood, adding ear plugs. Next change will go to race number 4. In the 4th race, number 1, Plenty of Purple. She does have a chart line. It was a qualifying event on the 6th of September here in Charlottetown Fast Track. Scoring on the rail and finished second, was race timed in 2:04 and 3, driven by Jill's Burial. Next change, go to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 2, Fiftini, has a chart line not showing. It's the 7th of September here in Charlottetown Fast Track. Scoring from post 2 and finished 5th. Was race timed in 2 minutes 2/5, driven by Jason Hughes. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 2, Sensational Gal, has a chart line not showing. 6th of September, Charlottetown Fast Track. Scoring from post 2 and was a race winner in 2:04 and 1, driven by Nick Oakes. Number 5, Miss Wicked, removing the ear hood, adding ear plugs. Turning over to race number 10, the number 4 entry, Lady Willa. Now the owners are Colin and Morgan Shepard. Final change on the card goes in race number 11. In today's 11th race, number 3, Neptune Sealster, from a regular Crouper to a Steel Crouper. That will wrap up the changes on today's 14-race presentation. Par-mutual windows are open and selling. They go to the gate at high noon, 23 minutes to post time.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk for this doubleheader Saturday featuring the PEI Colt Stakes. This afternoon, we are featuring the Freshman Colts and Fillies, and we are going to talk right now about race 13. I'm very excited to watch this one today. We're going to take a look at Chip of Evil here more closely. Undefeated from 5 starts, closing in on 30,000 made so far in her young career. Modest $10,000 yearling purchase last fall at the Atlantic Classic sale by the Inner Rush stable of Kensington. And we're going to take a look at a replay from her third lifetime start. It was during Old Home Week in Atlantic Sire Stake A division. It was probably the most incredible mile I've ever seen from a maritime bred filly. And so let's take a look at that replay right now. Here's Corey McPherson and Chip of Evil.
Of Evil on the outside second. Owart Lee third. Galway Girl on the outside fourth. Worth repeating fifth. Now the trailer. Downtown tonight 58. 3 was the half mile. Rolling on by the 5-8. Good Morning Nova at the rail. Right alongside Chip of Evil. Bridle to bridle. Toe to toe. Stride for stride. They arrive at 3/4. Chip of Evil has taken over the lead. Good Morning Nova now second. Galway Girl on the outside now third. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 1. They're homeward bound now. And that is Chip of Evil clear the leader. Good Morning Nova second. Galway Girl is third. Worth repeating. Chip of Evil in the Sire Stakes remains undefeated. Good Morning Nova was second. Galway Girl third. 1:56. 1. Wow.
Wow is right. It was quite a trip. Corey moved her coming to the 3/8 on Good Morning Nova's back, but then lost the cover just past the half and had to fight first over there for a long stretch up the backstretch. She cleared to the lead and didn't look back. 56 and 1, 2/5 of a second off the track record that is held by Mermaid Magic, a daughter of Big Jim, out of the Tommy Weatherby stable, 55 and 4. But this was just an incredible mile. I couldn't believe it that she still had that much left in the tank to battle up the backstretch and clear to the lead. It was an impressive performance. 56 and 1. She followed that up with a Lady Slipper Gold win in Summerside, 56 and 4, and then she was victorious in Woodstock in the Milt Downey in 1:59, all for Corey McPherson. So Corey's been getting along great with her. Eddie Dew said he's got another great filly. The Inner Rush stable, they're having a ton of success with the fillies, and this looks to be another dandy in their stable. Chip of Evil has the rail here today. I'm putting her on top. Then I'm going to go to the outside, High Roller, coming out of the Melissa Rennie stable. I like her for second. Adam Murner gets the call here today. And from post 3, she's just misunderstood, coming out of the very busy Jason Hughes stable today. I like her for third. So I'm going to go 1-8-3 in race 13. We have a 14-dash program today, again featuring the freshman Colts and Fillies. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon, so we hope you enjoy it. I'll be back after the post parade for race 1 to pick up the top choices and to tell you more about the Isle Pick 5 here that kicks off in race 1. Okay, there's going to be a little delay in the post parade here for the Saturday afternoon opener, so I thought we'd take a look at my I'll Pick 5 ticket right now. It kicks off here in race 1, a low 15% takeout and a guaranteed $1,500 pool for the I'll Pick 5. There's a look at my selections in race 1. I'm going to go with the 3 Howmack exclusive 2-year-old colt by Source of Pride, a winner last time out for Corey McPherson, coming out of the McPherson stable. It was an impressive effort, 2 minutes 4/5, closing quarter 29, and pretty nice effort there in a Joe Brown grassroots as well. Got away 5 by 12 at the quarter. There was a pretty quick half there, 58-3, and he was able to rally to be third on that day. 58 flat was his mile, 28-4 closing quarter. So I like him in that first race. And then in race number 2, I'm going to go with the 3 You Know Peach, a 2-year-old filly by Malicious, out of the Western Ideal mare, Gianna's Ideal. This 2-year-old filly is a sister to Western Wish, who we all watch every week up at Mohawk, battling the preferred mares. Western Wish, I think it's got over 400,000 made. So this filly is a very well-bred filly, daughter of Malicious. Pretty nice qualifier there in 2:01 for the Jeff Holmes stable. Kenny Murphy aboard, 28-4 final panel in that qualifier. So I like her in that second leg. And then in in the third race, I'm going to go with the 5 Marigo Magic. This is another one that's very well bred, son of Tobago Cays out of the Great Meridian Magic. This one is a brother to Magical Mistress, who Adam Murner campaigned in her freshman campaign, and he compares this guy to her. He sees a lot of similarities, and so that's pretty high praise for Marigo Magic. And this guy's reeled off 2 in a row, 57-3 last time out, 56-3, 2 back with a closing quarter, 27-3. So I like Marigo Magic there in leg 3. In leg 4, in race 4, I'm going to go with the 3 Always Adele. Donnie McNeil is the owner, trainer, driver, breeder. He does it all on this 2-year-old filly by Tobago Cays out of his Cam Luck mare, More Than Luck. Pretty nice effort there, 2 back, winning in 2:01 off a half in a minute. Last week, she was back almost 10 lengths at the half. The half was in 1:01, so she got over the half in about 1:03. Paced her back half in a pretty nice 58-3, so closing quarter 29-2. So I'm going to put her on top there in race number 4. And then I'm going to close it out. I'm going to go to the outside there, post 7, All About the Cash. A 2-year-old gelding by All Bets Off out of the Yankee Cruiser Dam. It's all about the base. Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, Leonard Doyle share ownership. Another one out of the powerful Jeff Holmes stable. A winner in a grassroots in Summerside last time out in 57 for Mark Campbell. Gilles Barrio gets the call here today. So in the hands of Barrio, I'm going to put All About the Cash on top of my ticket. So I look at 3-3, 5-3-7. Post time picks going 1-4-5, 1-7. The classifier's choice is 7-4-5. 4-7. Good luck with your I'll Pick 5 tickets here as it kicks off here in race 1.
The afternoon's first race on the track set for the post break. PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old facing colts. Grassroots division. Number 1, Be There in a Bit. Owned by Robbie Hughes of Stratford and John Collings of Brudenell. Jason Hughes trains and drives. 2 is scratch. Number 3, Halmack Exclusive. Owned by Jimmy Gorman, Leithwaite, and Leslie Waite. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 4 is Halmack Powerball, owned by Doug Matheson, Stuart McDonald, Atlantic Racing Power Group. Trained by Nick Oakes, Jills Barrio driving. 5, Mudslide Lucas, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Number 6 is Reassurance, owned by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge. Saul does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 7, Mr. Andrichuk is owned by Sandra Webster, Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Trained by Mackenzie Spence. Dale Spence drives. Harry Holmes, number 8, is owned by Henry Posriata of Sydney and Larry Snow of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Larry does the training. The drive goes to David Dowling. Down to your final call for wagering on race number 1. The 2, No Shui Jose, is scratched and will not go. Final call to make your wagers on the afternoon's opener. It's PEI Colt Stakes weekend. Welcome to the first half of the doubleheader. Kurt Hughes picks up the action next on race day.
Okay, we are running out of time to get a ticket here on race number 1. There's a look at the aisle. Pick 5, low 15% takeout, guaranteed pool of $1,500. And here we go. Race 1 is this division of the PEI Colt Stakes, 2-year-old colt grassroots division. We have a scratch of the 2, No Shui Jose. And so my top choice, the 3, is going to move in one spot here, coming out of the Corey McPherson stable. That is Halmack Exclusive. And this colt is coming into the race in top form, sent off as the chalk choice in his latest overnight event. McPherson engineered a perfect 2-hole ride and sprinted home in 29 flat to win in 2 minutes 4 fifths. He delivered a stocking 3rd place finish 2 back in a Joe O'Brien grassroots and fired home in 28 and 4. And this colt is the second foal from Halmack Impeccable, and he's a full brother to stakes winner No Boats on Sunday. So I think Corey will stalk again today, up close to the lead, and with a strong finishing ability, I think they can get the win here today. 5-2 currently. James Gorman, Leithwaite, Les Waite share ownership of my top choice in here. Now we're going to move into post 1. This is Be There in a Bit, owned by Robbie Hughes and John Collings. Jason Hughes, the trainer and driver. The Jason Hughes stable going to be busy today. They got 9 in this afternoon, 10 in tonight, so 19 horses racing out of the Jason Hughes stable this today. And so Be There in a Bit left from post 1 last week and picked up a 4th place finish from a ground-saving 2-hole trip from Mark Bradley in Atlantic Sire Stake A division. He drops back to grassroots today and gets reunited with his trainer Jason Hughes. He should trip out to be a contender late in the mile. 4-1 currently. Harry Holmes has post 8 here this afternoon. David Dowling gets the call here for trainer Lawrence Snow. And how about that qualifier last time out in Sydney there? 2 minutes, 3 fifths, coming off a couple breaks there in Sire Stake and Joe O'Brien grassroots action here on Prince Edward Island. But off that qualifier there over at Northside Downs, I have to think even from post 8, Harry Holmes is going to be a major threat here this afternoon. Currently 6-1. And this guy is a half-brother to Middleton Terror and gets the services today of Middleton Terror's trainer-driver, David Dowling. So I'm excited to see Harry Holmes off that qualifier. It looks like he settled down, and it was a good closing quarter of 30-1. There's a look at the 7, Mr. Anderchuk. All bets off. Rose Nose will have a half-brother sired by Militia selling at the Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Eldert Nicholson will consign hip number 45 named Makita, and Eldert Nicholson will have 4 yearlings listed to his consignment for the Atlanta Classic yearling sale, which takes place on October 6th starting at 11:30 a.m. at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Countdown clock is in here for race number 1. The first of 30 races here in Charlottetown for this doubleheader PEI Colt Stakes Day as the field moves in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, Kurt, it's a super, and I mean a super Saturday at the driving park in Charlottetown. As you mentioned, the first of 30. Be there in a bit. Halmac exclusive, Halmac Powerball, Mudslide, Lucas Reassurance, Mr. Andrichuk, and Harry Holmes in the PEI Colt Stakes post time. Rough and pacing up the rail. Be there in a bit. Will leave out. Coming with them on the outside. That's Mr. Andrichuk. Third one around the turn is Halmac Powerball. Driving up fourth on the outside is Harry Holmes. Getting away fifth is Halmac Exclusive. Then it's Mudslide Lucas. And the trailer, Reassurance. A quarter pole bound, led by Be There in a Bit for the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Second is Mr. Andrichuk, racing from third. Halmac Powerball. Fourth up the rail is Harry Holmes, racing from fifth. Halmac Exclusive. Mudslide Lucas goes sixth. Trailing seventh, Reassurance 30 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Be There in a Bit. The fraction center swinging on by the 3/8 pole. The 2-hole ride. That belongs to Mr. Andrichuk. Racing from third is Halmac Powerball. Fourth and edging out is Harry Holmes. And there goes Halmac Powerball to try his luck first stop. Third over on the outside. Fifth is Halmac Exclusive. Mudslide Lucas at the rail 6. Outside 7th. Reassurance a half mile in a comfortable 102. Midway around the paddock turn for time 2. They're arriving up the 5/8. Be There in a Bit, getting them there. From the outside, applying the pressure is Halmac Powerball. Third up the rail, Mr. Andrichuk. Coming fourth on the outside. Harry Holmes right now 3 wide. Moving into fifth is Halmac Exclusive. Reassurance 6. Mudslide Lucas 7. 3/4. That's in the books in 1:31 and 2. They step it out to 29 and 2 in the third quarter. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Be There in a Bit, trying to close it out. Harry Holmes on the outside second. Halmac Exclusive coming third. Deep stretch now, and Harry Holmes takes over late. Reassurance from into the clouds, picking them up and putting them down. I don't know if he got there, but he's in the win picture. It's Reassurance and Harry Holmes, 2-0-1 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Race 1 slow-mo here, brought to you by Universal Media. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colts, grassroots. Be There in a Bit, and Hughes guarding the rail here. They wanted to cut it, and they did, and they got soft fractions early, 30. Half 102, a nice breather there in the second quarter. They stepped it up in the third quarter, 131-2. Harry Holmes and Dowling engineered a perfect second over trip here. They're going to tip 3 wide, and they're going to go right on by in the stretch here, and I think they're going to hang on for the victory in 2:01. There was a hard-charging Reassurance and Murphy flying down the stretch here on the outside. It is close on the line here as we're going to get a look at that. Wow, that is a tight photo here in race 1 to kick off PEI Colt Stakes Day. They do have the 8 posted right now, so unofficially it's an 8-6-7 triactor here in race 1. Harry Holmes gets it done for Dowling. We mentioned in the pre-race, Dowling has this guy's half-brother, Middleton Terror, and he has had a lot of success with him, and he clicks here with his brother, Harry Holmes, in race 1.
The Cape Bretoners have opened up a Super Saturday at Charlottetown, winning the first division of the PEI Colt Stakes in the opener with number 8, Harry Holmes, arriving at the winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 2 by Roll With It Harry from the Mach 3 dam Miracle on the Hudson, owned by Henry Posby out of Sydney and Larry Snow of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Colt bred by Noonan Holdings Limited. Trained by Larry Snow, David Dowling's in the driver's seat to guide him to the win in 2:01. That's Harry Holmes in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the first race. Be There in a Bit, 4th. No Sway Jose was scratched. Hamac Exclusive, 5th. Hamac Powerball, 6th. Mudslide Lucas, 7th. Reassurance was 2nd. Mr. Andrechuk finished 3rd. Harry Holmes, the race winner. Fractions went 30, 102, 131 and 2, and the mile 2:01. In review, it's 4 scratch 5, 6, 7, 2, 3-1. Harry Holmes paid $15.10 to win. The exactor 233.20. Triactor honored the ticket 8-6 all at 461.30, and the superfecta 476.52.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on Red Shores Guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hbibet.com.
Two-year-old facing fillies in the PEI Colt Stakes for the second race parade. Number 1 is Camco Josie, owned by Arden Moffat, David Mercer, Allison Boutelier, and Warren McKinnon of Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Woodmere Luna 2 is owned by Gene Smallman of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter. Today, Jules Burial. You Know Peach, number 3, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy drives. Windermere Eveline, number 4, owned by Claire McDonald, Ian Tate, and Fonzie McCachran. Claire trains and drives. Thinking of Eddie, number 5, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady trains and drives. 5 minutes wagering time on the second race. Super High Five comes up in race number 5 with a carryover of over $688 and that low 15% takeout.
There's a look at the win photo from race 1. That is a tight photo on the line. As you can see, Harry Holmes had his neck stretched out just a little further than the 6th Reassurance there, with Harry Holmes getting it done in race 1, our first grassroots division. Congrats to the Connections. And there's a photo for the 4th place finish as well, with the 1 and the inside there. Be there in a bit for Hughes. Okay, 3 minutes away from post time here in race 2. It is PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly grassroots division, per $7,250. And there's a look at my top choice on the board. That is You Know Peach. You Know Peach comes into this race off just one qualifier. It was an impressive second there in 2:01 last quarter, 28-4. This filly is a half sister to Western Wish. It was banked $435,000 and has a mark of 49-4. So although we don't have a lot to go on in terms of chart lines here, this filly's incredible bloodlines and the combo of Holmes and Murphy give me the confidence to put her on top right now. This 2-year-old filly is owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast. The 3, You Know Peach, even money. Speaking of good bloodlines, here's the 4, Windermere Eveline. And Windermere Eveline is another filly with pretty outstanding bloodlines. As I say, this daughter of Articulator is a half-sister to stakes champion Socket Away, and she shows an impressive win in 2 minutes, 3 back in PEI Cold Stakes Grassroots Division, and was driven aggressively in her next start in an A stake, which makes me think that Claire is pretty high on her, and she does show a couple breaks, so she is a riskier play here, but I'm taking a chance on her for second. Windermere Eveline, owned by Claire McDonald, Ian Tate, and Fonzie McCachran. Claire is the trainer and driver. 5-2 currently. And there's a look at the 5. Thinking of Eddie, a 2-year-old filly by Peng Shui. Brady Sweet is the co-owner along with Tyra Perry. Brady's also the trainer and driver. Nice third-place finish last time out in a Lady Slipper Grassroots. Last quarter, 29 flat, 159 and 3 was the mile. So that was a pretty nice effort. And then in a PEI Colt Stake Grassroots, got away 7th there at the half and rallied to be 4th at the wire. Closed it out on that day, 29 and 1 for a mile of 2:02 and 2. So we'll see how they do here from post 5. But I'm looking for a stalking trip from Thinking of Eddie, and I'm liking her for third in here. I'm going to go 3, 4, 5 here in this first look at 2-year-old fillies of the Grassroots variety. Okay, there's a look at the 1 Camco Josie. This is a 2-year-old filly by Militias out of the Art Major Dam Major Temper Tantrum, and this one will have a half-sister sired by Roll With It Harry, selling at the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale. Blair Campbell will consign hip 2, named Camco Janessa, and Blair Campbell will have 5 yearlings listed to his consignment. And there's Woodmere Luna, the 2, daughter of Arthur Blue Chip Shadow Dancer. And this one will have a half-sister sired by Bet the Moon, selling at the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale. Kyle and Joseph Gardner will consign hip number 49, Saltwater Swinger. My top choice, Peach, will have a half-sister sired by Better Than Cheddar, selling at this year's Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale. Blaine Tebow will consign hip 134, Ladies Wish, and Blaine Tebow will have 2 yearlings listed to his consignment. Two-year-old Grassroots fillies lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's second race. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
2-year-old filly pacers line up. Camco Josie, Woodmere Luna, Peach, Windermere Eveline, Thinking of Eddie. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Woodmere Luna got fancy stepping before the start. The Rough and Pacing and Woodmere Luna will lead them out. On the rail, second is Camco Joyzy coming from the outside. That's Thinking of Eddie. Then the Windermere Eveline around the turn fourth, trailing the field. You Know Peach. They arrive at the eighth pole. At the rail is Camco Josie, the leader. Right alongside, Woodmere Luna now about to take over. Third up the rail is Windermere Eveline racing from fourth. Thinking of Eddie drops in and trailing the field. You Know Peach is fifth as they arrive at the opening quarter, led by Barrio aboard Woodmere Luna. The quarter was 30-3. Second is Camco Josie around the turn. Windermere Eveline looks after third, racing from fourth. That's Thinking of Eddie. And the trailer fifth. You Know Peach down the stretch for the first time, approaching the opening half mile, and alone on the lead, Woodmere Luna. Second is Camco Josie. Windermere Eveline is underway on the outside third. Moving up fourth on the outside, You Know Peach, and trailing the field at the rail, Thinking of Eddie. Halfway home in 1:03. Into the paddock turn they go. The 5/8 up and coming. Woodmere Luna will get them there. From the outside, Windermere Eveline now second. Camco Josie third. You Know Peach moves fourth, trailing on the outside. Thinking of Eddie. 3/4 comes next. Woodmere Luna at the rail, the leader. At her wheel is Windermere Eveline, now moving into third. You Know Peach getting into it late. Up to fourth is Thinking of Eddie, and now the trailer. Camco Josie, 3/4 up in 1:30-4. Rounding the turn for the second and final time. They have 1/8 of a mile left to go. Woodmere Luna clinging to the lead. Windermere Eveline between horses. You Know Peach driving on the far outside. Takes over the lead in deep stretch now. And You Know Peach in her debut in the PEI Colt Stakes for Kenny Murphy. Second, that is Woodmere Luna. Windermere Eveline third. 2 minutes, 2/5.
What a good-looking daughter, sired by Malicious here. Kenny Murphy, a perfect drive here by Kenny as well, as he's going to set it up second over. And what a blast here around the last turn, as he's going to drive up by the entire field, get it done here this afternoon in 2 minutes, 2/5. Nice effort from Woodmere Luna and Barrio. They cut it here today, 30-3, half in a minute, 3/5, 1:30-4, and they're going to hang around to be part of this ticket. But You Know Peach and Murphy, they dominated here in race 2, first division of the 2-year-old fillies grassroots PEI Colt Stakes here at Red Shores.
You know you got a good one when she's all business in her first lifetime start. She was very impressive today here in the second. Speaking of number 3, You Know Peach. She's in the winner's circle. They facing filly 2 by Malicious from the Western Ideal Dam, Gianna's Ideal, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, bred by Blaine Tebow from Kensington, trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy is in the driver's seat. He'll guide her to a maiden record of 2 minutes and 2/5. You know Peach in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation. Now the official results from the second race. Camco Josie 5th, Woodmere Luna 2nd. You know Pete's the winner. Windermere Eveline was 3rd. Thinking of Eddie 4th. Fractions were 30 and 3, 1 minute 3. 1:30 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 5:21.34. You know Peach paid $4.60. The exactor $12, triactor $24.70, super factor was $9.06, and the early daily double $21.20.
In that second race, Windermere Eveline and Thinking of Eddie also raced good, and they both have siblings going through the Atlanta Classic sale. Windermere Eveline will have a half-brother sired by Malicious selling at this year's sale. Windermere Farms agent Reg Ferguson will consign hip 56 named Windermere Joel, and Windermere Farms will have 3 yearlings listed to their consignment. And Thinking of Eddie will have a half-brother sired by Arthur Blue Chip selling at this year's sale. Michael Clary will consign hip 31 named Highlander. Michael Clary will have 2 yearlings listed to his consignment. Atlantic Breeders' Crown Banquet presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. Tickets will go on sale for finalists first. The host committee will also honor harness racing families in Atlantic Canada on Thanksgiving weekend. More information will be released soon, and there's a host hotel rate through Rod Royalty.
gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old colt pacers. They're on the 3rd race post parade. Number 1 is Check Your Chip, owned by Greg and Lucas Bailey of Montague, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Greg Bailey driving. Hamac General number 2 is owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Debbie Denny, and Jerry McKinnon, trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard drives. Tobin's Barn Party number 3, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trainer-driver Jason Hughes. Suffield Patrick number 4, owned and trained by Danny Campbell from Lincoln, Nova Scotia, Corey McPherson drives. Marigo Magic number 5, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner up. 5 minutes wagering time on the 3rd. Race Day Live continues. Russell Henderson Retro Media new book, Hoof Prints and Heartstrings, A Boy's Memories of Maritime Harness Racing in the 1970s. When you buy the book at retromedia.ca using promo code RedShores2023, you will qualify with a special early bird draw prize, 4 seats at trackside patio for the 2024 Gold Cup and Saucer between now and October 15th. Time's running out on this promo.
Okay, race 3, 4 minutes apiece. PEI Colt Stakes, our first look at the gold division for 2-year-old colts. And we're taking a look at a dandy right now. This is the 5 Marigo Magic, 2-year-old gelding by Tobago Case. Out of the Stakes champion Largo Mare Meridian Magic, Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker share ownership. Melissa Rennie, the trainer, and Adam Murner is going to do the driving. How about the last 2 trips from this guy? 2 back in Atlantic Sire Stake A division. A blistering mile of 1:56.3, closing quarter 27.3. Followed that up the very next week with a win on the front end again. A little more conservative this time over the half in a minute 1/5, back half 57.2 for a mile of 1:57.3, closing quarter 28.1. 3 wins, 3 seconds from 6 starts, closing in on 30,000 made so far in his freshman campaign. This guy is my top choice in here, along with most of everyone else. Currently even money on the board. Okay, Hamac General, the 2. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Malicious out of the Blissful Haldam General. Lucky Percy, Earl Watts, the trainer. Patrick Shepard in the seat today. Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson, Debbie Denny, and Jerry McKinnon share ownership. And this guy's putting together a fantastic campaign. 2 wins, 2 seconds from just 6 starts. A mark of 59.2, taking 3 back there in Summerside in a PEI Colt Stake. Jumped up to an A division there, 2 back. Finished a nice second to Tobin's Chester. And then last week in Summerside, a Joe Bryant Gold, second by length to Marigo Magic. Pretty strong performance from this guy as well on that day. 57.4, 28 flat final panel. Patrick's been getting along great with this 2-year-old Hamac General, currently even money on the board. And the 2 Hamac General will have a full sister selling at the upcoming Atlantic Classic yearling sale. Hamac Farms limited will consign hip number 88 named Hamac Maleficent, and Hamac Farms will have 5 yearlings listed to their consignment. Well, the busiest man of the day, there he is, Jason Hughes. He's aboard Tobin's Barn Party out of his own stable. Donnie McRae is the owner, and this is another one that's had a pretty fantastic campaign here as his freshman campaign continues here today. 3 seconds and 3/3 from just 7 starts. That's 6 for 7 in the top 3. He's been ultra consistent, putting together some pretty nice miles. He's a 2-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil out of the All-American Native Dam Donna Party. 3rd last time out in the Milt Downey in Woodstock and against Jackie's Boy and Little Leroy. Race timed in 59 and 3, 29 and 4 final panel. And then in against Marigo Magic and Howmack General, Tobin's Barn Party was a really good 3rd, race timed in 58 and 2. Closing quarter, 28 and 1. So he's having a really fantastic freshman campaign. I like him for 3rd on my ticket, currently 6 to 1. And there's the one, Check Your Chip. Check Your Chip will have a half sister sired by Bet the Moon, selling at the upcoming Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Jamie Whalen will consign hip 67, named Always a Good Bet. Jamie Whalen will have 3 yearlings listed to his consignment. We got a happy birthday shout out. Happy birthday, happy 29th birthday to Emily, who's with us here at Red Shores this afternoon, taking in all the action. We hope you have a fantastic day as our first look at 2-year-old colts of the Gold Division. They're going to line up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 3rd race. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Check Your Chip, Howmack General, Tobin's Barn Party, Southfield Patrick, Marigo Magic, 2-year-old colt Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes. Gold Division, $14,600 on the line. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Marigo Magic firing out on the rail. Check Your Chip is second. 3rd one to the turn is Howmack General. Getting away 4th, Tobin's Barn Party. And the early trailer, that is Southfield Patrick. They're on the backstretch and they're quarter pole bound, led by Marigo Magic in line to Adam Murner. Second is Check Your Chip. Racing from 3rd on the cones is Howmack General. Starting to close in 4th is Tobin's Barn Party. Trailing the field, Southfield Patrick 5th. On past the opening station in a solid 28 and 2. On the front end, Marigo Magic, the fraction setter. Racing from 2nd is Check Your Chip. Coming out of the turn 3rd is Howmack General. 4th at the rail, Tobin's Barn Party. And the trailer 5th is Southfield Patrick. Positions are unchanged, and they're halfway home in the gold. Led by Marigo Magic and Murner. 2nd is Check Your Chip. Racing at 3rd, Howmack General. 4th, that's Tobin's Barn Party. 5th is Southfield Patrick. 58 seconds flat. Opening half mile, we're down to 3/8 left to go. Marigo Magic continuing to lead. 2nd is Check Your Chip, racing at 3rd. Howmack General, 4th, Tobin's Barn Party, and Southfield Patrick. Still nobody, and I mean nobody, has found a right line in here. They go by 3/4. Marigo Magic, the leader. Check Your Chip, sticking with him, racing by 3/4 and 1. 27 and 1 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Marigo Magic looking to close it out. Check Your Chip, he's 2nd. Battle on for 3rd. Southfield Patrick takes that. On the wire in the PEI Colt Stakes. Marigo Magic for Murner goes all the way. 2nd is Check Your Chip. 3rd is Southfield Patrick. 1:55 and 2.
Wow, what an effort from this 2-year-old gelding by Tobago K's Marigo Magic. Just picked up his 4th win in just his 7th start here. Myrna's going to give him a yell here at the top of the stretch just to keep him interested. And he's going to go all the way, though. 28-2. He busted off the wings really well here today. Crossed over early. Got to the lead. A nice half there, 58. 127-1. Really no movement in here as he's putting up pretty honest fractions in this compact field of 5. He's going to close it out in 28-1 for a nice mile of 155-2. That's a new record for this guy. Marigo Magic gets it done. A great effort from Check Your Chip and Greg Bailey. They got sent off at odds of 1760 on the board. Didn't get a lot of respect at the windows, but what a performance from Check Your Chip as he's going to get a 2-hole ride and finish up really nice here for Greg Bailey. They're going to finish second. Southfield Patrick gets the show dough, so we have a 5-1-4 unofficially here in race 3. We'll see Marigo Magic and Myrner back in the Red Shores winner circle in just a moment.
Marigo Magic arriving at the 3rd race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 2 by Tobago K's off the Largo Dam Meridian Magic. Owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker. Bred by Barry and Reuben Martin of Nova Scotia. Trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Myrner drives him to victory to a new record. 155-2. Marigo Magic in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Park After Dark Events. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Watch for announcements on comedy nights, concerts, and more with Park After Dark Events at Red Shores.
Here's the official results from the 3rd race. Check Your Chip was 2nd. Hamac General 5th. Tobin's Barn Party 4th. Southfield Patrick 3rd. Marigo Magic, the race winner, fractions of 28-2, 58, 127-1, and the mile 155-2. From the top, 254-31. Marigo Magic paid $240. Exactor $24. Triactor $165.30. Superfecta $38.12.
Okay, the Atlanta Classic yearling sale just around the corner here on October 6th. A special new time there at 11:30 a.m. at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. And you can join us on October 5th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Exhibition Grounds for a yearling preview. And you can visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Okay, we are 6 away here from race, now 5 away from race 4. Post parade will be coming out onto the track momentarily. The one in here, Plenty of Purple, has a line to be announced, just a qualifier, 2:04 and 3, finishing second last quarter, 30 and 2. So the line to be announced on the one, Plenty of Purple, is a qualifier, finishing second in race time in 2:04 and 3, closing quarter, 30 and 2. I'm going to go 3, 4, 5. Post time picks like 4, 2, 3, and the classifier's choice is 4, 3, 5. The field for race 4, PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly Grassroots, will be making their way out onto the track momentarily.
Grassroots division for the 2-year-old filly Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes 4th race parading. Plenty of Purple, number 1, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Jules Barrio driving. J.J. Quinn, number 2, is owned by Jamie McKinley of Clyde River, trained by Joe Baxter, Brody McPhee driving. Always Adele 3, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owns, trains, and drives. First filly Chip, number 4, owned by East Coast Captains of Cornwall, trained by Curry White, driven by Adam Murner. Broken Out of Gas 5, owned by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, trained by Travis Wilkie, Kenny Murphy. 6 is Tobin's Hottie, Corey McPherson, training and driving for owner Trish Hardy, Georgetown. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on the 4th. This is Race Day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. The O'Brien Awards coming back to PEI to celebrate the 35th anniversary in February.
That's right, Standard Break Canada is pleased to announce the 35th anniversary of the O'Brien Awards, and will take place right here on Prince Edward Island, February 3rd, 2024, and this is only the second time the prestigious harness racing awards will be held in the home province of Joe O'Brien. Sponsorship packages, event details, and ticket packages will be released soon. The 35th anniversary of the O'Brien Awards will be held here on Prince Edward Island on February 3rd. All right, just 2 to go here from race number 4, PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies Grassroots. There's a look at Always Adele, 2-year-old filly by Tobago Cays out of the Camluck Dam. More Than Luck. Donnie McNeil, the owner, breeder, driver, trainer. He does it all. And how about the trip there at a B stake in Charlottetown during Old Home Week? Got away 5th by 7 at the half and rallied to win by a length and a quarter, 2:01. But then in the other 3 starts, spotting them 12 to 14 lengths. You can't do that with the talent here this year. And so hopefully Donnie can get her positioned a little closer to the lead, because when he does, she can really fire home. Even that start last week in a Lady Slipper grass route in Summerside, she was back 7 by 10 at the half. The half was only cheap, 1:01, so she was getting over the half in 1:03. She paced her back half 58.3, still put together a pretty nice mile, but nothing to show for it. So hopefully Donnie in this compact field can get her spotted just a little closer to the lead, and if they race a little up front, she could definitely pick up the pieces. I like her to get it done, even money. And 3, Always Adele, a sister to Nash Your All Ability, a nice horse that Donnie campaigned a few years ago. He ended up selling to connections in the States, and he raced well down there. So a nice family, Always Adele. Again, my top choice. Here's the 4, First Filly Chip, a 2-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip, owned by the East Coast Captains. Curry White, the trainer. Adam Murner getting the call here today. This one can get off the gate fairly well. If you look 2 back there, from post 2, got away in the 2-hole, finished second in 2:01 and 1 to Always Adele. So we'll see how First Filly Chip gets off the wings today, but I'm looking for Murner to be pretty aggressive with this one. Not a ton of gate speed in here, so I like First Filly Chip for second on my ticket. Right now, the 4 is at 4-1. Okay, First Filly Chip also has will have a full brother selling at the Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Dave Tierney will consign hip 6 named Fill Them Boots. Dave Tierney will have 2 yearlings listed to his consignment. And for third on my ticket, I'm going to go with the 5, Broke and Etta Gas. Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, the owner. Travis Wilkie, the trainer. Kenny Murphy doing the driving. I like that effort in a Lady Slipper grass route last time out, finishing 5th, but only beaten 2 1/4, 2:01 and 2 was her race time, 29 and 2 closing quarter. She looks a little bit like the old mare, One Hot Vet, who was a real nice aged mare here for Tammy and Wade. Sorry. So Broken at a gas, 2-1 currently. Two-year-old fillies grassroots division lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Plenty of Purple, J.J. Quinn, Always Adele. First Filly Chip, Broke and Etta Gas. Tobin Toddy. Half a dozen 2-year-old filly pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes. Lining up in the 4th, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing first filly Chip is leaving out. J.J. Quinn on the rail. Between horses, always Adele. Into the turn, they go 3 wide. Dropping in to be 4th, that's Broken Out of Gas. Away 5th, Plenty of Purple. And the trailer, Tobin's Audi, 3 high at the opening 8. And they're on the backstretch and go to the opening quarter. From the outside, always Adele will take over the lead for Donnie McNeil. Second, that's J.J. Quinn. Now at the rail, 3rd. First filly Chip. Racing from 4th, that's Broken Out of Gas. Back into 5th, Plenty of Purple. And trailing the field 6th, Tobin's Audi, 29 and 3. Opened it up. They're arriving at the 3/8, and with a 3-length lead, that's always Adele. Second is J.J. Quinn. Racing from 3rd is First filly Chip. Broken Out of Gas continues 4th. 5th is Plenty of Purple. And trailing the field, Tobin's Audi. They're halfway home in the 4th, led by Always Adele. Racing from 2nd is J.J. Quinn. First filly Chip continues 3rd. Now moving to the outside, 4th is Broken Out of Gas. 5th is Plenty of Purple. And the trailer, Tobin's Audi, 60 seconds flat was the half mile. They're on the back stretch and going to 3/4, chasing Always Adele. From the outside, Broken Out of Gas up to challenge. 3rd up the rail is J.J. Quinn. Moving up 4th on the outside is First filly Chip. Tobin's Audi takes over 5th. Now the trailer, Plenty of Purple. 3/4 up in 1:30 and 4, and Always Adele still there, and it's getting late with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Broken Out of Gas on the outside, 2nd, J.J. Quinn at the rail, 3rd. Tobin's Audi is there, 4th. Deep in the stretch now, Always Adele looking to close it out, and she will. Always Adele for Donnie McNeil in the PEI Colt Stakes. 2nd, Broken Out of Gas, J.J. Quinn. 3rd, 2 minutes, 4/5.
Okay, well, I mentioned that trainer-driver Donnie McNeil will have to get this filly spotted a little closer to the lead. I didn't think she'd be cutting it here today, but wow, what an impressive performance here in a PEI Colt Stake 2-year-old filly grassroots division. Always Adele got to the front here, 29 and 3, half in a minute. Honest fractions here on the front end, 1:30 and 4, and she's going to go the distance and get it done here. 2 minutes, 4/5. Always Adele and McNeil win the 4th here at Red Shores.
Always Adele arriving at the fourth race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 2 by Tobago Case off the Cam Luck Dam. More Than Luck. Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, he does it all. He's the owner, the trainer, the driver, and the breeder of this filly. And he'll guide her to a new pacing record today of 2 minutes, 4/5. Always Adele in the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results from the fourth. Plenty of Purple fifth, J.J. Quinn third. Always Adele the race winner. First filly Chip sixth. Broken Net of Gas was second. Tobin's Hottie finished fourth. Fractions of 29 and 3, 1 minute. 1:30 and 4. And the mile was 2 minutes, 4/5. In review, 531, 624. Always Adele, $3.50. Exactor $12, Triactor $68, Superfecta $48.05. Super High Five comes next with the carryover, 7 minutes.
The top of the park and grandstand is now set up with self-serve betting terminals. Red Shores continues to provide guests with options through our friendly sales team and self-serve terminals, and you can also play the horses on your mobile at the track from home through hbibet.com.
Two-year-old Colt Pacers in a grassroots division of the PEI Colt Stakes on the fifth race parade. Raised on Blacktop, number 1, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management. Clyde Balderson and Matt Burke, trained by Earl Watson, driven by Patrick Shepard. 2 is Scarlet Rocket, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl trains and drives. Woodmere Skyler number 3 is owned by 2022 stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, the trainer-driver Darren Crow. Dunsan George number 4, owned by Atlantic Racing Group of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes and Nick's Will Drive. 5 is Wizard, owned by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford and Kent Williams of Ellerslie, Jason Hughes training and driving. 6 is Walk-In Stagger Out, owned by Longinus, Doyle, Sherry, and Cameron, trained by Taylor Doyle, today Corey McPherson. All About the Cash number 7, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff is the trainer, Jill's Barrio driving. Peter Pang number 8, owned by Melissa Rennie, Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, and Tyler Link. Melissa is the trainer, and Adam Murner is the driver. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of the afternoon. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the grassroots division of the 5th, I'm going to the 7, All About the Cash. Been a solid performer, just 4 lifetime starts, but he's won half them twice. He shows 57 flat his last outing. Got him to the winner's circle. Going to go to the 1, Raised on Blacktop for second. Off of that 57 3 mile his last outing with a solid 29-second closing quarter. Going to use the 6, Walk-In Stagger Out for your show dough here in race number 5. I'll go to the 8, Peter Pang, and I'll close the Super High 5 out with number 5, Wizard. I like 7-1-6-8-5. Kurt, your choices.
I like the same 5 you do, Vance. I like the 7 as well on top. All About the Cash coming out of that hot Jeff Holmes stable. Barrio getting the call. A nice effort, like you say, last time out, 57, a nice win. All About the Cash on top. I do like Raised on Blacktop for second. I'm going to put Peter Pang in for third and Adam Murner. Then I'm going to go to your horse, Walk-In Stagger Out, the 6. I do like that guy for fourth on my ticket. A nice win there in Summerside in an overnight event for Taylor Doyle, 2 minutes 1/5. So I do like Walk-In Stagger Out for part of it. And the 5, Wizard, I'm going to throw in the Wizard and Jason Hughes for 5th. So I like 7-1-8-6-5. Vance Cameron like 7-1-6-8-5. Vance, good luck to you here in this 5th race. And there's a look at the Super High 5 carryover, $688.91 going into this Super High 5 here in race number 5. You got 1 minute to get in on it here in the 5th. Okay, in this 5th race, post number 3 is Woodmere Skyler, and Woodmere Skyler will have a half-sister sired by Bet the Moon selling at the Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Woodmere Farms will consign hip 110 named Woodmere Moonshine. Woodmere Farms will have 13 yearlings listed to their consignment. Okay, the field for the 5th PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old Colts grassroots super high 5 time here in Charlottetown. They're lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Raised on Blacktop, Scarlet Rocket, Woodmere Skylar, Dunson George Wizard, walk in, stagger out. All About the Cash, Peter Pang, full field of 8 here in the 5th, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Skylar leaving out towards the rail, Raised on Blacktop. Joining them on the outside is Walk In, Stagger Out third. 4th towards the rail, that's Scarlet Rocket. From the outside, it's All About the Cash. 5th, Wizard takes over 6th. 7th, that is Peter Pang, and offside, that was Dunson George. So the quarter pole bound, led by Raised on Blacktop for Patrick Shepard, out in front by 3. Woodmere Skylar is second, Walk In, Stagger Out away third. They're strung out in here. 4th is All About the Cash. Then in 5th, Scarlet Rocket, 29 and 2 the quarter. 6 is Wizard. Peter Pang is 7th, and the trailer, Dunson George. Off the turn they come, and they straighten down the stretch. The opening half mile is up next. Raised on Blacktop, the leader. Woodmere Skylar is second. Walk In, Stagger Out third. With the leaders 4th, All About the Cash. Back to 5th is Scarlet Rocket. Wizard is moving up 6th. Peter Pang has 7th, and trailing the field, Dunson George, 59 and 1 was the half mile. Midway on the paddock turn, approaching 5/8. Raised on Blacktop, getting him there. Second, that is Woodmere Skylar. All About the Cash is on the move in the outside third. Walk In, Stagger Out is 4th. Scarlet Rocket 5th. Wizard is 6th. Then 7th, Peter Pang. Trailing the field offside, Dunson George. 3/4 up. And now the leader, All About the Cash. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 2. They're down to an 1/8 to go. All About the Cash to bring them home. Second, that's Raised on Blacktop. Third is Walk In, Stagger Out, Woodmere Skylar. 4th, deep in the stretch they come now. And it's All About the Cash for Barrio in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second is Raised on Blacktop. Woodmere Skylar third. Time for the mile in 1:58 flat.
Okay, what a great effort here from All About the Cash and Barrio here in this 5th race as Raised on Blacktop. He raced well here today for Patrick Shepard. They had the rail and they wanted to cut it. They did. Pretty good fractions, 29 and 2 to the quarter, 59 and 1 to the half. Barrio got away mid-pack with All About the Cash. They're going to make their move in the second half of the mile here. They're going to rush up first up the backstretch. They're going to get to the 3/4 pole, 129 and 2, and they're going to battle around the last turn. Raised on Blacktop on the inside, on the outside, All About the Cash and Barrio. They're going to drive on and deep stretch and get it done here. 1:58 is the mile, picking up his 3rd win on the campaign. All About the Cash and Barrio get the cash here in race 5.
All About the Cash arriving at the 5th race winner's circle by pacing going to by All Bets Off. From the Yankee Cruiser Dam, it's All About the Bass, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor. and David McDonald and Leonard Doyle. Bred by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald. Jeff Holmes, the trainer. Jill Barrio picks up the win in 158. All about the cash in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the fifth race. Raised on Blacktop was second, Scarlet Rocket seventh, Woodmere Skylar third, Dunsand George was eighth, Wizard finished fifth, Walk-In Stagger Out fourth. All About the Cash, the race winner. Peter Pang was sixth, fractions of 29 and 2, 59 and 1, 129 and 2, and the mile 158. From the top, your program reads 273 854 16. All About the Cash paid $360 to win. The Exactor $530, Tractor $27.80, and the Super High Five $52.19.
Standard Canada is pleased to announce the 35th anniversary of the O'Brien Awards will take place right here on Prince Edward Island on February 3rd, 2024. And this is only the second time the prestigious Harness Racing Awards will be held in the home province of Joe O'Brien. Sponsorship packages, event details, and ticket packages will be released soon. The 35th anniversary of the O'Brien Awards to be held on PEI on February 3rd. And there's a look at the photo for fifth in the Super High Five. That was the 5 on the outside, Wizard finishing fifth. Okay, race 6 coming up next. 5 minutes away from post time is the Island Oceans Trot Series, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable. And we got a line to be announced here on the 215E, driven by Jason Hughes. 15E, last race there on Thursday night. Left from post 2, got away third by 5 at the quarter, third by 3 3/4 at the half. Made a move up the backstretch, third on the outside, third by 2 3/4. Third by 3.5 lengths at the top of the stretch, and ended up fifth by 7 3/4 lengths. Race timed in 2 minutes, 2/5, 30 and 3 closing quarter. And that was at the non-winners of 15:01, last 5 here on Thursday night.
Sixth race entering the track on post parade. It's the Island Ocean Trot Series, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable. Alcina won, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes. Jules Barrio driving. 2 is 15E, owned by John Collins of Brudenell. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Incredible 2 wears number 3, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel. Kenny Arsenault, the trainer driver. 4 is Jessie Jess or Jessica, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling. 5 is Striking Pride, owned by John Bro, Jillian Furness, and Paul Morrison. Paul does the training, and the drive goes to Corey McPherson. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 6, the start of the on-track pick 5. Special thanks to Berkey by the Bay Stable for their sponsorship of the Island Oceans Trot Series.
Well, she's tough to beat in against the boys. So in against just mares, this mare, it will be really tough to beat. And I'm speaking of the 4, Jessie, Jess, or Jessica here, as we take a look at the field for the Island Oceans Trot Series, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable. It's a field of 5, and we are 2 away from post time here in race number 6. And Jessie, Jess, or Jessica, the chalk favorite right now. Danny Burt is the owner from Vernon Bridge. Jen Doyle, the trainer. David Dowling, regular pilot, on board today. A winner, 2 back in the Island Ocean Series, 58 and 2. And then last week in the Open, in against New Legacy in Libero, it was a gutsy first over effort, getting it done by a quarter length. Race timed in 1:59 flat. She has 7 wins, 10 seconds from 26 starts this season. Incredible season so far for Jessie, Jess, or Jessica. Going to be tough to beat her in here. Currently the chalk at 1-4. And I would say her major threat is this one right here. This is the one, Alcina, 4-year-old mare by Muscle Mass. Gilles Barrio getting the call here for trainer Jeff Holmes, who's having a great day so far here on PEI Colt Stake Day. Has a really good shot in here. This one reeled off 2 wins in a row there in the second and third start back. 58 and 1, 3 back. 58 and 1, 2 back. A winner by 11, 2 back. A winner by 18, 3 back. So just dominating. Moved into that Island Ocean Series last time out. Finished a bang-up second to Jessie, Jess, or Jessica. 58 and 3 was the mile on that day. 28-3 final panel. I think they're going to cut it here today, but it won't be long before the 4 will come calling. We'll see how they do here, but if Barrio can get the right fractions early, maybe he can get the jump on Jessie, Jess, or Jessica in here. She's got a shot. Alcina, 9-5. And now we're getting a look at the 3 Incredible 2 coming out of the Kenny Arsenault stable. He's the trainer and driver in the Colonel Dan. Pretty nice effort there in that final of the Colonel Dan. New Legacy got the job done. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica finished second. Incredible 2 was a bang-up third, 58-3. Third prior to that in the Colonel Dan as well in Charlottetown. Third at race time in 58 flat. She has good gate speed, so I'll look for her to maybe sit 2 here, maybe following Alcina. And if she gets the right trip, she can be part of this ticket. 10-1 currently. A great group of mares here are going to battle in the Island Oceans Trot Series, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable. And those mares are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Alcina, 15, Incredible 2, Jessie, Jess, or Jessica, Striking Pride, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Incredible 2 will get the first call. Alcina towards the rail, 15 third. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica fourth. And then the trailer will be Striking Pride. As they arrive at the opening 8th at the rail, Alcina for Joe Barrio will lead it. Dropping in to be second, Incredible 2, away third, that's 15. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica in the early going away fourth, and trailing the field, Striking Pride. Over to the opening quarter, Alcina is the fraction setter. Incredible 2 tucked away second, racing from third, that is 15, 28, and 3 opened it up. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica biding her time fourth, and the gapped out trailer, that is Striking Pride. Down the stretch for time 1. Positions are unchanged as they arrive at the opening half mile, led by Alcina. She's halfway home. Incredible 2 second, 15 third. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica going to the outside fourth, trailing fifth. Striking Pride, 57 and 4. A rolling opening half mile. Alcina, the serious leader with 3/8 to go. Incredible 2 second from the outside. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica underway third. 15 goes fourth. Striking Pride is fifth. The 3/4 up next. Alcina the leader. Now here's the challenger. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica. Incredible 2 third. 15 fourth. Striking Pride on the outside fifth. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 4. They have an 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Alcina's still there, and she's homeward bound. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica second. Incredible 2 third. Striking Pride fourth. Deep in the stretch. On the wire next. Alcina will take Barrio all the way. Second is Jessie, Jess, or Jessica. Incredible 2 finishes third. 1:57.3.
trainer Jeff Holmes having quite a day here in Charlottetown as he sent out the one Alcina here. Gave the call to Barrio to drive, and Barrio makes no mistakes, just as usual. Right down the road here, 28-3. When I seen the half pop up, 57-4, I thought that might be a little too quick, and maybe Jess or Jessica could reel her in, but no way. 127-4 to 3/4. She's up for the challenge here. She gets it done. Closing quarter, 29-4. Alcina and Barrio capture the Island Oceans Trot Series here, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable. Nice effort. 157-3, a new record for Alcina here in the 6th.
Here's Alcina arriving at the 6th race winner's circle, trotting bay mare 4 by Muscle Mass from the Cantab Hall Dam, Keystone Taylor. Owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, bred by Stephen Organ of Aurora, Ontario. Trainer Jeff Holmes having an afternoon. That's his 3rd training victory for the triple. Gil Barrio put her on top at every call for Jill's 2nd winner for the double, and the mare will trot to a new race win record of 157-3. Alcina in the Island Ocean Trot Series, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 6, Alcina the winner, 15 5th. Incredible 2 3rd. Jess or Jessica 2nd. Striking Pride 4th. Fractions 28-3, 57-4. 127-4, and the mile 157-3. In review, 153-24. Alcina paid $4 to win. The exactor was $6.40. The triactor $9.50. And the superfecta $3.37.
The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Breeders Association proudly presents the Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 competition. This is a fundraiser for the IWK and the great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community, and presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association and sponsored by Phillips Agri-Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and Suregain Horse Feed. Additional runner-up prizes donated by our Red Shores. You can view the standings at atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com. And I just took a quick glance. David Wilkie still leading the way with Dougie McGregor in second, Stephen Quinn in third, and rising up the standings is our track announcer, Vance Cameron. He is in fourth with Paul Murphy, rounding out the top five in the Atlantic Dream Stable competition.
The afternoon seventh race, Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. Number 1 is Winsong Quincy, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Miles Heffernan drives. West Coast Kid, number 2, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Colton Prophet, trained by Philip Kelly, Brody McPhee driving. Winter Blast, number 3, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training. David Dowling drives. For Hemingway, Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown co-owns and trains. Co-owner Abby Clough of Cornwall, Brett Clough driving. Phil Dorleans, number 5, owned by Ken and Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Check Your Source, number 6, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Gordy Hennessy, the trainer-driver. 7 is Mick Dundee. He's owned, trained, and driven by Donnie McNeil, Cornwall. 8 is Zayden's Luck, owned by Gary Polton and Dewar Burho of Charlottetown. Gary is the trainer. The drive goes to Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk with Kurt Hughes and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And in race 1, it was a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colt grassroots division. And converting from a second over trip here was the 8, Harry Holmes and David Dowling. They're going to make their move late in the mile, and they're going to hang on for the victory. Reassurance, a hard-charging second there for Murphy, but Harry Holmes gets it done in 2:01, and the 867 ticket paid $461.30. In race 2 was PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly grassroots division, and it was the 3 Peach making her debut, a winning one, a perfect second oversteer here from Murphy. They're going to go by the field here in the stretch and get it done. She looked impressive here today in 2 minutes 2/5. The 3:24 ticket paid $24.70. In race 3 this afternoon, no surprises in here. It was Marigo Magic busting off the wings, getting to the front, 28-2, half 58, 127-1, a nice mile here, a new record for him, 155-2 in a PEI Colt Stake Gold Division. The 514 ticket paid $165.30. In race 4, it was a PEI Colt Stake 2-year-old filly grassroots division, and we're going to take a look at it here in the stretch, and it is Always Adele. We talked about her in the pre-race today, talking about if she could get away closer. Well, she cut it here today and got it done in half in a minute. Time of the mile, 2 minutes, 4/5. Always Adele and McNeil get it done in the 4th. Then in race 5 this afternoon, it was super high 5 time, and it was All About the Cash who got away mid-pack for Barrio. They're going to try their luck first up, and they were impressive here today as they're going to get it done driving by Raised on Blacktop, who put up the early fractions. Time of the mile, 1:58 in the 7:13.65. 20-cent ticket paid $52.19. And that was trainer Jeff Holmes' second win. And he's going to pick up the hat trick here. He's going to get it done with Alcina. Barrio aboard from the rail here in the Island Oceans Trot Series, sponsored by Berkey by the Bay Stable. They're going to go the distance. Big half, 57-4, 127-4 to the 3/4, and they're going to fend off that late challenge from the 4, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica, and get it done in a new mark of 157-3. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. All right, just a minute to go here before race 7 is the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. There's my top choice. That's Phil Dorleans dropping in class here down to the 601 level. Been quite some time since Phil Dorleans has been down at this level. Made a break last time out. Ended up rallying, though. He spotted the 14 lengths at the quarter. Only got beat 2.5 at the wire. Placed 5th there. 28-1 final panel. 58-3. Mark Bradley on board that day. Jason Hughes, the driver and trainer. Kent and Andrew Williams share ownership with Lyndon Hardy. This guy's now 8 years old, looking for a career win 22 today, and could get it in the drop-in class. 5-2. Winsong Quincy, only one win this year, 1 for 20, but a pretty nice effort there, 57-2. Season's best. How about the lines from this guy, though? Pretty impressive lines from Winsong Quincy. 4 back, finished 7th, but race time to 55-3. 4th place, 3rd, 3 back, 58-3. Last week, a nice effort at the 1,051 level. 56 flat, closing quarter, 28-3. So dropping down in class is Winsong Quincy, and drawing into post 1. Heffernan aboard for trainer Thane Arsenault, who shares ownership with Jackie Arsenault and Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell. They got the rail here today, dropping in class. Going to have a good shot to be part of this ticket. 2-1. And while class droppers are the theme here in this 7th race, here's a classy veteran, Winter Blast. Jen Doyle and Danny Birch share ownership. Jen, the trainer. David Dowling getting the call here today. David was in the seat 3 back to a 5th place finish in 59 at the 17:01 level. So again, another one that's been quite some time since they've been down at this level. Winter Blast gets post 3 today. 46 lifetime wins. Looking for win number 47. Could get it here today in this 7th race. The 3 right now at 5-2. The field for race 7, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Winsong Quincy, West Coast Kid, Winter Blast. Hemingway, Phil Dorleans. Check your source, Mick Dundee, Zayden's Luck outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Winter Blast leaving Winsong Quincy at the rail. Splitting them is West Coast Kid. 4th one to the turn, Phil Dorleans. To get away 5th, that's Hemingway. Then 6 is Check Your Source. 7th, Mick Dundee. The early trailer,
Zayden's Luck on the back stretch. They all got pylon positions early. And up front in unfamiliar territory, Winsong, Quincy, and Miles Sr. They're on the choo-choo today. Second is West Coast Kid. Third up the rail, Winter Blast. Then in fourth, that's Phil Dorleans. Hemingway has fifth. On the move in the outside six, Mick Dundee underway. Seventh up the rail is Check Your Source. On the outside eight, Zayden's Luck 29. And 1 was the first quarter mile. Down the stretch they come. The half up next, Winsong, Quincy, the fraction setter. 2-hole ride to West Coast Kid. Here comes Winter Blast. First up on the outside third. Following the cover out fourth is Phil Dorleans. Moving up fifth is Mick Dundee. Hemingway at the rail sixth. Seventh, that is Check Your Source. On the outside, Zayden's Luck is 8:59. Seconds flat for a half a mile. Arriving at 5/8, Winsong, Quincy at the rail, the leader. To his outside, Winter Blast, the challenger. Phil Dorleans is right there. Second over on the outside, are racing third. Fourth up the rail is West Coast Kid. Now Mick Dundee is taking over fifth. Hemingway sixth. Zayden's Luck seventh. Trailing the field. Check Your Source. 3/4 comes in 1:28 and 1. Winsong Quincy still there as he arrive at the 7/8 pole. Second along the rail, West Coast Kid. On the outside, Winter Blast. Phil Dorleans coming fourth. Down the stretch they come. West Coast Kid coming up the inside lead. Winsong Quincy, Winter Blast. West Coast Kid on the line for Brody McPhee. Second, that is Winter Blast. Zayden's Luck rallies third. Time for the mile in 1:58 flat.
Well, bombs away here in race 7, the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial. West Coast Kid 12-1 on the morning line, 99.99 on the board, and they're going to get a perfect 2-hole ride here courtesy of Brody McPhee as the one Winsong Quincy cut the mile here, and West Coast Kid tracked along in that 2-hole, half 59, 128 and 1. The favorites kind of tailed off at the top of the stretch, and West Coast Kid's going to go up the inside, down the lane, and going to get it all here. 1:58 is the mile in the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial here in race 7. Big upset here in the 7th.
Here comes the longest shot on the toe board to the CDP winner's circle. That's number 2, West Coast Kid, bay facing gelding 5, a better than Cheddar from the Western Hanover Dam, Made West, owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, Philip Kelly, and Colton Profit, bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland. Trained by Philip Kelly, Brody McPhee is in the driver's seat for the win. Time for the mile in 1:58. West Coast Kid in the 7th at trackside, the Fred and Rena Hughes Memorial Cooler presentation. Now the official results from the 7th. Winsong Quincy 4th. West Coast Kid the winner. Winter Blast was 2nd. Hemingway finished 7th. Phil Dorleen 6th. Check Your Source was 8th. Mick Dundee 5th. Zayden's Luck was 3rd. Fractions went 29 and 1. 59. 128 and 1. And the mile 158. In review 412. 768 53. West Coast Kid paid $100 40 cents to win. The exactor $372.40. Triactor honored the ticket 2-3 all at $228.70. Superfecta carryover.
Russell Henderson's Retro Media's new book, Hoof Prints and Heartstrings, A Boy's Memories of Maritime Harness Racing in the 1970s. When you buy the book at retromedia.ca using the promo code Redshores 2023, you will qualify with a special early bird draw prize, and that draw prize is 4 seats at the trackside patio for the 2024 Gold Cup and Saucer. You have to order between now and October 15th, so time is running out on this early bird special. Russell Henderson's and Retro Media's new book, Hoof Prints and Heartstrings. Go to retromedia.ca and use the promo code Redshores 2023. Last call for 50-50 here in the top of the park. Over 700 to the winners. So get in on the 50-50 here. Last call in the top of the park.
Eighth race is a division of the PEI Colt Stakes. These are 2-year-old colt faces, grassroots division. Sword from the Stone. Number 1 is owned by Orville Willis, Blair Sweet, and Gordy McCollum. Trained by Donald Sweet, Brody McPhee driving. Marley's Boy number 2, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Roll Your Coin number 3, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Big Harry Matthews number 4, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Miles Heffernan. Gascoigne AC number 5, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Travis Wilkie, Corey McPherson up. Rocking Your Boots, number 6, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes trains and drives. Number 7 is Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey of Quitpamsis, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Jill Barriel. 8 is Woodmere Armor, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Kenny Murphy drives. Only 2 minutes wagering time in race number 8. Race day live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination.
Here's a look at the Atlantic Invitational Series point standings. Roll'em leading the way with 31 points. No Plan Intended in second with 22 points. Roll with Hotty Toddy third, 20 points. Twinbee Tough Enough in fourth with 18 points. YS Mathis and Mantario are tied for fifth with 17 points. Batter Up Hanover has 16 points. And Stash It Away and Time to Dance are tied for eighth with 12 points. And the Atlantic Invitational Series continues tonight with the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial coming up in race 16 tonight. Post time for that race is 10:30 p.m. Purse 7,500, and the field there's a field of 7. Repeal and Replace have post 1. Roll with Hotty Toddy post 2. B2B post 3. Batter Up Hanover has post 4. First Glance post 5. Stash It Away post 6, and Twinbee Tough Enough, the Morning Line Choice, has post 7. Again, that comes up in race 16 tonight. We also have the PEI Colt Stakes for sophomore fillies and colts, the Atlantic Mare Series. It's going to be a great night of racing. Post time for tonight's card is 6 p.m. Okay, there's the 2 Marley's Boy, 2-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of the Western Ideal Dam Private Joke, owned by Wade Baconi of Stanchel. Wade's also the breeder, and Earl Watts the trainer, reeling off 2 in a row on a hot streak right now. 58-3, 2 back in an overnight, and then in Summerside, a win there on the front end in a Joe Bryan Grass Root Division, 201 and 230 and 1 final panel. David Dowling's been in the seat the last few tries for Marley's Boy and getting along quite well with Marley's Boy. The Dam Private Joke, I remember a nice filly that Kenny Arsenault had, Private Die, out of that mare. So nice family. Marley's Boy right now at 1-2, and Marley's Boy will have a gelded half-brother sired by Bet the Moon, selling at the upcoming Atlantic Classic yearling sale. Wade Baconi will consign hip 33, Joke's New Moon, and Wade Baconi will have 3 yearlings listed to his consignment. Post 1 for Sword from the Stone here. Brody McPhee getting the call here for Donald Sweet. Orville Willis, Blair Sweet, and Gordy McCollum are the owners. Sword from the Stone last time out, a big 3-wide blast and a B stake in Charlottetown. Race timed in 59 flat, 28 and 2 final panel, and a PEI Colt Stake 2 back in Summerside. Had a good 2-hole ride from post 1 and made a break there down the stretch, but ended up second, length and a quarter. Beat by Mr. Anderchuk on that day. 2:02 was the race time, 30 and 4 final panel. Should get another stocking trip here today, 9-2. Sword from the Stone will have a full sister selling at the upcoming classic sale. Jeff Henniger will consign hip 124 Lady Lamurai, and Jeff Henniger will have 3 yearlings listed to his consignment. I'm going to close out my ticket with the 3 Roll Your Coin. 2-year-old gelding by Roll With It Harry, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia. A winner last time out in 59 and 3 in an overnight event. We'll see how they do here from post 3, but I like a 2-1-3 in here. 9-1 currently on the 3 Roll Your Coin. And the 7 Majestic Mason will have a half-brother sired by Bet the Moon, selling at the Atlantic Classic yearling sale. Shirlene O'Brien will consign Hip 98, Blue Moon Lulu. So Blue Moon Lolo, actually. So Majestic Mason, again, will have a half-brother sired by Bet the Moon in the upcoming Atlantic Classic sale. And the owner of Majestic Mason, Stephen Downey, the owner breeder, I should say, from Quispamsis, New Brunswick, celebrating a birthday next week. So happy 70th birthday to Stephen Downey here. We wish you a very happy birthday next week and good luck here with Majestic Mason. Two-year-old Colts grassroots division here, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sword from the Stone. Marley's Boy, Roll Your Coin, Big Harry Matthews. Gascoigne AC, Rockin' Your Boots, Majestic Mason, Woodmere Armor. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off strides the 3, Roll Your Coin. There they go, off and pacing. Marley's Boy, the first one out. Up the rail, that Sword from the Stone. Third one as they make their way on around the turn. Arriving at the 8, Big Harry Matthews. From the outside, 4th is Gascoigne AC. Moving into 5th, that's Majestic Mason. Rockin' Your Boots, 6th. 7th, that's Woodmere Armor. In the backfield, the trailer, Roll Your Coin. Along the back stretch, they go to the opening quarter. The post-time favorite on the engine, Marley's Boy for David Dowling. Tucked away second is Sword from the Stone. Racing from third, that's Big Harry Matthews. Racing fourth up the rail. As they move round the turn is Gascoigne AC, 29 and 4 the opening quarter. Back into 5th, that is Majestic Mason. Going to the outside 6 is Rockin' Your Boots. Then 7th is Woodmere Armor. And trailing the field, Roll Your Coin. The opening half mile is up next. Marley's Boy will get him halfway home for Dowling. Here comes Big Harry Matthews. First up on the outside to challenge. Third up the rail, Sword from the Stone. Moving up 4th on the outside, Gascoigne AC. The half mile in a minute and 2. Midway round the paddock turn, approaching on the 5-8. Marley's Boy, the leader. Big Harry Matthews at long odds is second. Gascoigne AC third. Sword from the Stone up the rail 4th. In between horses 5th. Majestic Mason. 3 wide 6 is Rockin' Your Boots. Then 7th Woodmere Armor and the trailer, Roll Your Coin. The 3/4 in the books. Marley's Boy still there in 1:30 and 1. Big Harry Matthews on the outside second. Gascoigne AC comes up the rail third. Homeward bound now. Marley's Boy looking to see it through. Gascoigne AC at the rail second. Big Harry Matthews third. On the line next, Marley's Boy all the way for Dowling in the PEI Colt Stakes. Gascoigne AC was second. Big Harry Matthews third. 1:59.4.
Well, Big Harry Matthews was not going to let Marley's Boy get a breather in here as Marley's Boy gets to the front early. 29 and 4. Heffernan and Big Harry Matthews are going to come calling as they come to the half, and they race the rest of the way. Half in a minute, 2/5, 1:30 and 1. Marley's Boy is going to turn away that challenge from the 4 Big Harry Matthews and going to get it done here for the 3rd win in a row for Marley's Boy as he gets it done today in 1:59 and 4. 3rd win from 5 tries in his freshman campaign. He looked good here today. Marley's Boy gets it done in a 2-year-old colt grassroots division.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 judges' inquiries underway here in race number 8. 2 inquiries. First one involves the number 1 entry, Sword from the Stone, and his break at the 5/8. And the second one involves number 5, Gascoigne AC, for a possible pylon violation. Please retain your tickets. Here in the 8th race, 2 judges' inquiries underway. Here comes Marley's Boy to the 8th race winner's circle. Big Pacing Gelding 2. He's by Better Than Gender. Off the Western Ideal Dam Private Joke. A homebred of Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts. David Dowling put him on top at every call. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 4. Marley's Boy in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation.
Okay, as Vance mentioned, we got 2 inquiries here ongoing. So they're going to take a look at racing action as they're heading to the 5/8. The one Sword from the Stone there, and Brody McPhee, you're going to see he kind of makes a break and then pulled into the safety lane. So they're going to look at that part of the mile, and then they're going to look around the last turn here with the 5 Gascoigne, AC, and Corey McPherson on a possible pylon violation here at the top of the stretch. So they're looking at 2 inquiries here ongoing here in this 8th race.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the 2 judges' inquiries in the 8th race. Dealing with the 5 Gascoigne AC, he was inside 2 consecutive pylons and was lapped on at the finish. Gascoigne AC finished 2nd and will be placed 3rd. Number 1, Sword from the Stone, made the break at the 5/8, interfering with numbers 6 and 7. Sword from the Stone finished 4th and will be placed 6th. Here's the official results from the 8th race. Sword from the Stone finished 4th with place 6 for interference on the break. Marley's Boy, the winner. Roll Your Coin was 7th. Big Harry Matthews finished 3rd, place 2nd. Gascoigne AC was 2nd, place 3rd for the pylon violation. Rockin' Your Boots finished 6th, place 5th. Majestic Mason finished 5th, was placed 4th. Woodmere Armor finished 8th. They went 29-4, 1 minute 2. 1:30-1, and the mile time 1:59-4. In review, after the placing, 617, 235, 48. Marley's Boy paid $280. The exactor $25.50, triactor $193.30, and the superfecta was $137.73.
And the 8 in that race, Woodmere Armor, will have a half-sister sire by Bet the Moon selling at the Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Woodmere Farms will consign hip 92 Woodmere Honeymoon, and Woodmere Farms will have 13 yearlings listed to their consignment.
Ninth race, Gold Division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 2-year-old filly pacers. Number 1 is Good Morning Nova, owned by Melissa Banks of Summerside and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills, trained by Dwayne McCacherin. Gilles Barrio drives. Number 2, Sensational Gal, owned by Doug Matheson and Janet Sanderson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murner. A Girl Named Tom, number 3, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, and Fonzie McCacherin of Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Promise Me Later wears number 4, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh, trained by Donnie McNeil, David Dowlingup. 5 is Miss Wicked, owned by Blaine Tebow of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter, Corey McPherson. Number 6, Downtown Tonight, owned by Cam McPhee of Charlottetown, Gordon McPhee of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, number 7, owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Howard Lee, number 8, owned by the 2022 stable of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow trains and drives. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 9. Don't miss the second half for a doubleheader tonight. Post time at 6 o'clock. Now a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, race 9, 3 minutes to post. It is a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly gold division purse, 14,500. And we're going to take a look at the one Good Morning Nova, 2-year-old filly by Arthur Blue Chip out of the I'm Canadian Now Damn Good Morning Kai. And this was Good Morning Kai's first foal. And wow, what a dandy she is. Owned by Melissa Banks of Summerside and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Melissa Banks from Summerside is the breeder, and Dwayne McCachran is the trainer. Third last time out off that break from post 7, 57-3. A really nice rally and nice recovery there from Good Morning Nova in her latest in Summerside Lady Slipper Gold Division. How about the trip 2 back? 57-1. Finished a really good second in a sire stake here, A Division, during Old Home Week. I showed that replay earlier on in the pregame, and it was a great effort from Good Morning Nova. So I like her here from post 1. Barrio getting the call here for trainer Dwayne McCachran. Good starting spot from post 1. Good Morning Nova, 8-5. There's a look at the 5, Miss Wicked, 2-year-old filly by McWicked out of the Art Major Dam. Devilishly good, and we all know this dam as she produced the Real Princess, a stakes champion, and Miss Wicked looks like she is following in the footsteps of her older sister. How about that trip 2 back in Summerside in a Lady Slipper Gold, a win in 56-1. Corey McPherson was in the seat. Corey was in the seat for all of the Real Princesses Stakes wins, and it looks like he's got another really live one here. And again, this one's a daughter of Mick Wicked, and so I'm going to put Ms. Wicked for second on my ticket. Corey McPherson on board for trainer Joe Baxter. Blaine Tebow of Kensington is the owner and breeder, and we should mention that Ms. Wicked will have a gelded half-brother selling at the upcoming Atlanta Classic sale. Blaine Tebow will consign Hip 120 Prince Malicious. Blaine Tebow will have 2 yearlings listed to his consignment. The 3, A Girl Named Tom, will have a half-brother sired by Big Jim, selling at the upcoming Classic sale. Robin Burke will consign Hip 72 310 to Yuma. I like that name. Robin Burke will have 2 yearlings listed to his consignment. And A Girl Named Tom, I like her for third on my ticket. Back-to-back wins. PEI Colt Stake 2 back in Summerside, 201 and 2. And then last week, a gutsy first over bid in Charlottetown, getting it done in 59 and 4. A Girl Named Tom out of the Paul Langell stable, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, and Fonzie McCachran. 2 wins from 5 starts, over 10,000 made. So we'll see how she does here from post 3, but comes from a really nice family. The Mr. Big Dam Undying Hanover put through some pretty nice ones all the way to Cardigan by Tobago Kays is one that raced out of the Heffernan stable. He was a stakes champion. Little Miss Ava, another nice one, who had a pretty nice 5-win career. So all the way to Cardigan was definitely her standout by Tobago Case. So we'll see how A Girl Named Tom does here from post 3, 11-1 currently. From post 8 is O Artley. O Artley will have a half-sister sired by Bet the Moon, selling at the upcoming Atlanta Classic sale. Tara Baird and Elmer Folan will consign Hip 27 named O Pretty Blaze, and Baird and Folan will have 4 yearlings listed to their consignment. Favorite Miss Wicket's got her nose on the wings of those Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and the fillies are beginning to line up in behind the gate, and so let's send it upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Good morning, Nova. Sensational gal, a girl named Tom. Promise me later, Miss Wicket. Downtown tonight, I'll bet you I'll beat you, and oh, Art Lee outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and facing Good Morning Nova at the rail will get the first call. They're coming from the outside. I'll bet you I'll beat you is second, one to the turn. At the rail third, Sensational Gal. Coming up three wide fourth, Art Lee. In between horses fifth, Miss Wicket. Off stride, Sensational Gal has jumped it off. On the backstretch they go. Good Morning Nova in line to Gilles Barrio. They'll be quarter pole leading today. I'll bet you I'll beat you left hard and is rewarded with the two-hole ride. Miss Wicket moved into third. A girl named Tom is fourth. Art Lee fifth. Racing from sixth. Promise Me Later. Seventh downtown tonight. In the backfield, Sensational Gal. 28 and 2. A solid opening quarter put on the board by the leader, Good Morning Nova, taking them over to the opening half mile. I'll bet you I'll beat you goes second, Ms. Wicked third. A girl named Tom is fourth. Art Lee out fifth. Getting the three wide treatment is Promise Me Later. Up the rail downtown tonight, and the trailer Sensational Gal. 58 and 2 was the half. Arriving at 5-8. Good Morning Nova still there. She's taking them on the back stretch. Here's Miss Wicket up from the outside to take over second. I'll bet you I'll beat you third. A girl named Tom are racing fourth. Art Lee fifth. Six up the rail downtown tonight. Off stride Promise Me Later. Trailing the field, Sensational Gal. 3/4 up in one. 28 and 1. They're down to an eighth of a mile to go. Good Morning Nova at the rail. Ms. Wicket to her outside, and they're homeward bound now. Good Morning Nova's still there. Ms. Wicket can't get to her. Good Morning Nova for Barrio all the way in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, Ms. Wicket. I'll bet you I'll beat you third. Time for the mile, 1:56.2. Wow!
Two incredible fillies here, finished 1-2. I like Good Morning Nova to get it done here for Barrio. They use the rail to their advantage, and they cut it here today. 28 and 2, 58 and 2 to the half. 128 and 1, and Barrio and Good Morning Nova are going to take a look over their right shoulder. And here comes Corey McPherson again with another nice filly. Corey got the better of them two back there when Chip of Evil went on by, but Good Morning Nova is going to battle back and get the better of Ms. Wicket and McPherson in here. Good Morning Nova gets the win. She deserves this win here today off the gutsy performance she put out 2 weeks ago. Even last week was a really great performance, finishing third off that break. So she gets it done here from post one in a PEI Colt State Gold division. How about the closing quarter? 28 and 1 for a mile of 1:56 and 2, and that's a new record for the 2-year-old daughter by Arthur Bluechip.
Good Morning Nova arriving at the ninth race winner's circle. Bay pacing filly 2 by Arthur Bluechip. From the Canadian Now Dam, Good Morning Kai. Owned by Melissa Banks of Summerside and Jason Williams of McNeil's Mills. Bred by Melissa Banks. Trained by Dwayne McCachran. In those very capable hands of the Maritime Magic Man, she makes every call a winning one. Pacing to a new record. Just 3/5 of a second off the track record. The mile 156 and 2. That's Good Morning Nova in the PEI Colt Stakes with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the 9th race. Good Morning Nova, the winner. Sensational Gal was 7th and had broken equipment. A girl named Tom 4th. Promise Me Later 6th. Ms. Wicket was 2nd. Downtown Tonight finished 5th. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You was 3rd. Owart Lee finished 8th. Fractions of 28 and 2, 58 and 2. 128 and 1. And the mile 156 and 2. In review 174 625 38. Good Morning Nova paid $440. The exactor 660, triactor was 6040, and the superfecta was 2568.
The meal and deal for September at Red's Gold Cup Lounge on the Red Shores Charlottetown Casino floor is the famous traditional lobster roll, fries, and dessert for only $19.95. Rewards members get $10 in free play or match play Friday nights at Red's Gold Cup Lounge in September.
Tenth race, the PEI Colt Stakes, number 1 Wickham, owned by Charles, Daniel, and Maxime Goudreau of Quebec. Mike McGuigan now trains and drives. Number 2, Kelly's Kira, is owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Dusty Lane Dixie 3 is owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Jules Barrio. 4, Lady Willa, now owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd. Morgan is the trainer, Colin drives. Check Your Beauty, number 5, owned by Ralph Sweetwell-Larry. Ralph does the training, Jason Hughes. 6 is Elm Grove Support, owned by Done for the Day Stable up New Waterford, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy's above the wheels. 5 minutes wagering time in race number 10 for upcoming race dates, promotions, and more. Go to Redshores.ca.
Red Shores presents Park After Dark with ventriloquist Michael Harrison Friday, October 27th. The evening features a buffet and special guest Sean Hogan. Hogan has been on popular comedy stages such as Yuck Yucks and Just for Laughs. Tickets on sale September the 11th for this fabulous Park After Dark event. $69.95 plus tax and fees. Includes dinner and the show. So go to eastlinkcenterpei.com to purchase tickets. Okay, race 10 is on the track. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly Grassroots. There's a look at my top choice. The 3, Dusty Lane Dixie, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and driver. Nice win there last time out in Summerside in a lady slipper. Grassroots left from post 3, got away 4th by 6.5, and rallied to win by a quarter length in 2 minutes flat, 29 final panel. And that was just her second lifetime try, so making her third lifetime start here today. I think she can get it done, and this one is a well-bred filly as well, a daughter of Peng Shui out of the McCardle Dam McDaisy cutter. We all remember Watch Me Dance, who campaigned for John and Stephen Quinn, as well as Emmy Lou Hayes, another good one. They were both stakes winners, and so this one is another good one out of that mare. Currently 1-2 on the board. Elm Grove Support is leaving from post 6 here today. Done for the day. Stable of New Waterford, Nova Scotia is the owner. 2-year-old filly by Shanghai Phil out of the Cliff Murphy stable. Kenny Murphy will drive. Just missing that Lady Slipper grassroots last time out. Race time to 2 minutes. Get collared late by Dusty Lane Dixie, the current favorite. So we'll see how they do here from post 6, but they do have great gate speed. So I'm looking for Murphy to fire off the wings and get this filly spotted up close to the lead. 5-1 currently on the 6 Elm Grove Support. For third on my ticket, I'm going to go with the 1 Wickham, a 2-year-old filly by McWickett. Last trainer by David Dowling moves into the Mike McGuigan stable. So Mike McGuigan taking over the driving and training duties. Charles Goodrow, Daniel Goodrow, and Maxim Goodrow are the owners of this 2-year-old filly by McWickett. A winner in an overnight in Summerside in her latest. 2 minutes, 3/5, nice mile 30 and 2, gets the pole position again today off that trip. I do like her for part of my tri-actor ticket. 3-1 currently. The 1 Wickham will have a half-brother sire by Shadow Play selling up at the Atlanta Classic yearling sale. Charlotte Ranch will consign Hip 54 named Shadowboxing. Charlotte Ranch will have 6 yearlings listed to their consignment. In post 2, Kelly's Kira will have a full brother selling at the upcoming sale. Charlotte Ranch will consign Hip 145, Kelly's Casimo, and Charlotte Ranch again will have 6 yearlings in this upcoming sale. And the 5 right now at 6-5, Check Your Beauty will have a full sister selling at the upcoming sale. Jamie Whaling will consign Hip 61, Avondale Knight. Jamie will have 3 yearlings listed to his consignment. Countdown clock is in. PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old fillies Grassroots lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Wickham, Kelly's Kira, Dusty Lane Dixie, Lady Willa. Check Your Beauty, Elm Grove Support, top of the stretch. Starting gate, picking up speed. 10th race, post time. The rough end pacing, leaving out its Lady Willa. To her outside is Elm Grove Support. Third one to the turn. That's Wickham. To get away fourth is Dusty Lane Dixie. On the turn in fifth. That is Check Your Beauty. In the early trailer is Kelly's Curra. To the backstretch they go. Lady Willa for the leader. To her outside, Elm Grove Support is second. Third at the rail is Wickham. Racing from fourth. That's Dusty Lane Dixie. Back into fifth is Check Your Beauty, and trailing the field, that is Kelly's Curra. On past the opening quarter, Lady Willa for Colin Shepard on the lead. 28-3 the quarter. Racing from second as they move off the turn, that is Wickham. Now at the rail third is Elm Grove Support. Up with the leaders fourth. That is Dusty Lane Dixie. Check Your Beauty is fifth, and farther back the trailer, that is Kelly's Kira. They're at the midway point in the 10th, and Lady Willa gets him halfway home, and she is the longest shot on the tote board. Second is Wickham, racing third, Elm Grove Support, 58-1.5. Racing from fourth is Dusty Lane Dixie. Now fifth is Check Your Beauty. In the backfield, the trailer, Kelly's Curra. They're on the back stretch. They go to three quarters next. Lady Willa still there. Second is Wickham up from the outside to take over third. That is Dusty Lane Dixie. Elm Grove Support fifth. Check Your Beauty. And the trailer, Kelly's Curra. The three quarters goes to Lady Willa in 1:28-3 from the outside. Wickham now second, third up the rail. That's Dusty Lane Dixie. Fourth is Elm Grove Support. Check Your Beauty on the outside fifth, and down the home stretch they come. Lady Willa the leader. Dusty Lane Dixie in the passing lane is coming on late. On the wire they come next. Dusty Lane Dixie and the Barry O Grand Slam. Second was Lady Willa. We'll need a show photo. The mile 1:58-2.
Well, a slick steer here by the Maritime Magic Man, Gilles Barrio, as he got away mid-pack and watched the four, Lady Willa and Colin Shepard, put up fractions, 28-3, half 58-1, 128-3. Dusty Lane, Dixie, and Barrio, they're going to make their move as they come to the three-quarter pole, but the winning move was ducking back to the rail on Colin's back, and then they're going to make their way up the pass lane here and get up for the half-length victory at the wire. Dusty Lane, Dixie, and Barrio get it done for Barrio's fourth winner on the card. 158-2 is the mile here in a PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly grassroots division.
Dusty Lane Dixie arriving at the 10th race winner's circle. By pacing filly, she's two by Peng Shui from the McCardle Dam. McDaisy Cutter, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick, bred by John and Stephen Quinn. Gilles Barrio training and driving, and the Maritime Magic Man picks up his fourth winner of the day for the Grand Slam. The filly has a new record of 1:58-2. Dusty Lane Dixie in a division of the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation. Now, the official results from race 10, Wickham 4th, Kelly's Kira was 6th. Dusty Lane Dixie, the race winner. Lady Willa was 2nd. Check Your Beauty 3rd. Elm Grove Support finished 5th. Fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 1, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158 and 2. In review, 461, 235. Dusty Lane Dixie paid $320. The exactor $33.90, triactor $128.20, and the superfactor was $97.63. Time to check those 50-50 draw tickets, valued at $750 today for the winning number X1609480. Today's 50-50 winning number for $750, X1609480. Good luck.
The host committee of the 2023 Atlantic Breeders' Crown will once again recognize Atlantic harness racing families for their long-term contribution to the industry, and one family meeting the criteria will be selected from each of Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Awards sponsored by the province of Prince Edward Island will be presented as part of Atlantic Breeders' Crown banquet on Saturday, October 7th at the top of the park at Red Shores, Charlottetown. So watch for more information about the Atlantic Breeders' Crown at Redshores.ca.
The afternoon's 11th race is the Justin Simmons and Charlene Betts Memorial. Number 1, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wilshire. Brody McPhee drives. Atkins Hanover 2 is owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Amber Campbell. Neptune Sealster 3, the owners are Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Mickey is the trainer. Paul Langell drives. Ashes to Ashes, number 4, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone, trained by Ron Matheson, Jills Barrio. Red, White, and Boots, number 5, owned by Philip Gregory and Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. Affair Somewhere, number 6, owned by Evan Ford of Charlottetown, trained by Bo Ford, David Dowling. 7 is Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey trains and drives. Number 8, Jetster, owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Today, Jason Hughes. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Revved Up Rewards now underway on our casino floor. Reward Club players can visit after our live race presentation.
There's a look at the show photo from the last race with Check Your Beauty and Jason Hughes getting their nose in the line first there in that 10th race. Okay, race 11 on track here. 3 minutes away from post time. Now winners 1,051 the last 5. It is also the Justin Simmons and Charlene Betts Memorial. And we're going to take a look right now at the 6, Affair Somewhere. David Dallin gets a live catch drive here for trainer Bo Ford. Evan Ford of Charlottetown is the owner. 2 wins from 17 starts. How about that trip? 4 back from post 3 at the winners of 2, not more than 5 races. Life wiring the field in 54-3 for Gilles Barrio. 28-1. Final panel, and then bumped up to that winners of 3, not more than 5, and has been doing quite well there in the last 3 starts. Third, 3 back for Corey McPherson, 56-2, and a nice effort there, 2 back. Ended up 6, but how about the trip? 54-4, 27-4 final panel. So I like this gelded 4-year-old son of Alliance Somewhere to get it done. Affair Somewhere, even money. All right, now we're getting a look at Ashes to Ashes. Classy campaigner, now 9-year-old gelding by Driven to Win, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingston. Ashes to Ashes coming out of the Ronnie Matheson stable. Gets the regular pilot, Gilles Barrio, here today. 2-time winner so far from 13 starts. A nice effort last time out, 4th at this identical level, 58-3, and that was from post 7. So they're moving in a few spots here to post 4, getting another crack at this level. I think they're going to be a major threat in here. Currently 6-5. Well, Red, White, and Boots is a little camera shy this year. 1-time winner from 24 starts coming out of the Cliff Murphy stable. His son Ken Murphy will do the driving. But how about the lines? Pretty impressive. 4th, only beaten a length last time out. 57-4 up at the 12:51 a level. And then a 3rd there at the bottom line there, 4 back. 55 flat. That was a really nice effort. And against Island Beach Boy and Hippie John. Great effort. 29-2 closing quarter on that day. Philip Gregory and Tiffany Ball share ownership. Red, White, and Boots. Looking for this guy to get a stocking trip and be part of my tri-actor ticket. I wouldn't be surprised if he got the job done in here. 5-1 currently. race 11 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Justin Simmons and Charlene Betts Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner. Let's send it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
George's Credit, Adkins Hanover, Neptune Sealster, Ashes to Ashes, Red, White, and Boots, Affair Somewhere, Cheeky Play, Jetster. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Adkins Hanover is leaving out on the rail. George's Credit to their outside. Ashes to Ashes third. To get away fourth is Neptune Sealster. Moving into fifth, Affair Somewhere. Then away six is Cheeky Play. Seventh, Red, White, and Boots. And the early trailer, Jetster. The early leader, George's Credit for Brody McPhee. Tucked away second is Adkins Hanover. Now third. That's Ashes to Ashes. Fourth up the rail is Neptune Sealster. Affair Somewhere on the cones fifth, and now he's going to the outside. Moving up sixth from the outside is Jetster, then Cheeky Play seventh, trailing the field eighth. Red, White, and Boots, 28 and 3, the opening quarter. George's Credit on the lead. Racing from second, up from the outside. That's Affair Somewhere, and he's going on to the lead. Following on the outside, third is Ashes to Ashes. Fourth up the rail, that's Adkins Hanover. Moving up fifth is Jetster. Now in sixth, Neptune Sealster. Red, White, and Boots on the outside seventh. And now the trailer, Cheeky Play, 58 and 3 for the half offside. Affair Somewhere jumped it off, and they're scattered as they race to the backstretch. Ashes to Ashes inherits the lead for Berrio. Second between horses, Jetster, Red, White, and Boots. Out there, three wide third. Fourth up the rail is George's Credit. Racing from fifth, Adkins Hanover. Cheeky Play sixth with Neptune Sealster. Trailing the field, Affair Somewhere, three quarters up in one. 27 and 4, they're an eighth of a mile out, and it's all Ashes to Ashes turning home. Red, White, and Boots has taken over second. George's Credit third. Deep in the stretch, Ashes to Ashes, Red, White, and Boots. Ashes to Ashes. Here's the Maritime Magic Man, Jill Berrio. Win number 5 on Super Saturday at Charlottetown. Red, White, and Boots was second. George's Credit third. 1:57.2.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum slow-mo here for race 11. It was the Justin Simmons and Charlene Betts Memorial, and a great job here by David Dowling getting Affair Somewhere into the safety lane there at 5/8, and a great job heads-up steers by the boys in behind there to be able to angle out and get around Affair Somewhere. But inheriting the lead up the backstretch was Ashes to Ashes, who was left uncovered because Affair Somewhere did clear to the lead at the half. Well, Ashes to Ashes is not going to make any mistakes after getting the lead that late in the mile. They're going to go the distance and get it done here today in 1:57.2. Ashes to Ashes gets it done in the 11th, and the unofficial winning tractor here is 4.51 in the 11th.
Now returning to the 11th race winner's circle, number 4, Ashes to Ashes. Bay Pacing gelding 9, but driven to win. From the Ponderosa Dam, Red Star Ashley. owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone. Bred by William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, and the Maritime Magic Man's putting on a clinic on this Saturday afternoon. That's win number 5 for Gilles Barrio, and the mile 157 and 2. Ashes to Ashes in the 11th. That trackside, Justin Simmons, Charlene Betts Memorial Cooler presentation. Here's the official results from race 11. George's Credit 3rd, Adkins Hanover 5th, Neptune Sealster 6th, Ashes to Ashes the race winner. Red, White, and Boots was 2nd, Affair Somewhere 8th, Cheeky Play was 7th, Jetster finished 4th. Fractions were 28 and 3, 58 and 3, 127 and 4, and the mile 157 and 2. In review, 356. 12874. Ashes to Ashes paid 380. The exactor 1750, triactor 6550, superfecta 5632.
Well, I mentioned in that last race, great job by everyone there at 5/8, getting out and around a fair somewhere. I mentioned the boys. Amber Campbell was also in there and did a fantastic job angling out around a fair somewhere, who made that unfortunate break. But a big trip from ashes to ashes, and what a day Gilles Barrio is having. 5 winners on the card so far. I want to tell you about the Open Mares final. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking is a proud sponsor to sponsor the Open Mares final on Atlantic Breeders' Crown Sunday with the Joe and Stephen McRae Memorial for $15,500. The company will also sponsor a fall non-winner series with details to be announced later. For conditions, race dates, and more, go to the horseperson's information at Redshores.ca.
12th race on the track for the post parade, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Number 1, Dusty Lane Tito, owned by Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. 2 is Dunsan Harry, owned by Saul, Peter, and Alex Lanigan of Cambridge. Saul is the trainer. Jill's Barrio driving. 3, Tobin's Chester, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Jackie's Boy, number 4, owned by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Montague. Miles Jr. does the training. Miles Sr. will drive. 5, Little Leroy, owned by Boyd McDonald Produce Limited of Crapo, trained by Joe Baxter, Corey McPherson. 6 is Jack Boswell, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood, Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Holmes. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky. You have 3 minutes wagering time on race number 12. The Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial is coming up tonight. Kurt Hughes is next with the PEI Colt Stakes. Weekend continues.
That's right, Vance. The Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial takes place tonight in race 16. Post time for that race, it'll go off around 10:30 p.m. First race post is 6 p.m. tonight for a star-studded 16-pack featuring sophomore colts and fillies, the open mares as well. What a card it's going to be here tonight. We hope you can join us. Before we get to tonight's card, we still have a couple of dandy races here before we close things down here in the afternoon. And on the track right now in race 12, it is PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old colt, gold division purse, $14,500. And I've landed on the 3 here, Tobin's Chester, 2-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil out of the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, Putnam McKenzie. Now that mare has thrown a couple real dandies in Carlissimo and Tobin's Brownie, a couple really nice ones. And Tobin's Chester, this guy's been almost perfect this year. 5 wins and a second from 6 starts. Got a 2-hole ride last time out. Left outside of Jackie's Boy in that race. Jackie's Boy was able to control things, get to the front. And so Jason had to take a 2-hole ride here with Tobin's Chester. But they made it close at the wire, beat a quarter length there in 57-3. Well, Tobin's Chester has the inside advantage here this week, so we'll see if Jason Hughes can use that to his advantage and get Tobin's Chester off the wings and control things here this afternoon. Owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, Tobin's Chester looking for his 6th win from 7 tries. Currently 3-4 on the board. There is the aforementioned Jackie's Boy leaving from post 4 here. They're keeping him relaxed in the center field. Miles Heffernan will do the driving for Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles is also the owner from Montague and 4-time winner, 1 second and 1/3 from 6 tries. $30,628 in the bank so far. This 2-year-old gelding by Tobago K's looked good in that Woodstock Milt Downey Memorial there, winning in 57-4. That's a big trip over the track in Woodstock. On the front end, 28-2 final panel. And as I mentioned, he got the better of Tobin's Chester 2-back and a Joe O'Brien Gold in 57-3. So this guy's got the goods to get it done here today. We'll see what kind of trip Miles works out. I'm thinking he's probably going to sit 2, but you never know what will happen when the wings fold. 5-2 currently. There's the 1, Dusty Lane Tito, Debbie Francis of Sweets Corner, Nova Scotia, is the owner. A 2-year-old gelding by Peng Shui. Out of the Western Paradise Dam, Dusty Lane. Tate Paul's the trainer and driver on this 2-year-old gelding by Peng Shui. A winner, 3 back, 58 and 3 in a PEI Colt Stake in Summerside off a 2-hole ride. A great effort, 28-2 closing quarter. Followed that up with a third there in Charlottetown, closing quarter, 27-2 for a mile of 57-1 in an A stake. It was an impressive performance, and I like the family of this one. I remember Dusty Lane Zambuca is one out of this mare as well. I think she was by Cam Mystic. So Dusty Lane Tito leaving from post 1 today at 7-1. And we talked about Tobin's Chester. Well, Tobin's Chester will have a half-sister sired by Stonebridge Terror, selling at the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale. Wendell Williams will consign hip 41 Tobin's Dream. Wendell Williams will have 2 yearlings listed to his consignment and will also act as agent on 1 yearling for Melissa Banks. And Little Leroy, leaving from post 5, will have a half-sister sired by Malicious, selling at the upcoming sale. Eldred Nicholson will consign hip 109, named Susie Bird, and Eldred will have 4 yearlings listed to his consignment. All right, this should be a dandy race here. PEI Colt Stake 2-year-old colt Gold Division lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Dusty Lane Tito, Dunsan Harry, Tobin's Chester, Jackie's Boy, Little Leroy, and Jack Boswell, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Dunsan Harry, the first one out at the rail. That's Dusty Lane Tito. He's rough gated into the turn. Coming up on the outside for third is Tobin's Chester. And off stride, Dusty Lane Tito has gone on the run. As they go by the 8th pole, Dunsan Harry for Barrio, the leader. Tobin's Chester going to come right with him on the outside. Jackie's Boy, he's away third. Racing from 4th is Little Leroy. And the 5th is Jack Boswell. And the trailer is Dusty Lane Tito on by the first quarter mile. Now led by Tobin's Chester. And the Blue Knight Hughes opened it up. Boom! Just like that, 27-4 was the quarter. Tobin's Chester, the leader, coming down the stretch towards the half mile. Second is Dunsan Harry. Racing third, that's Jackie's Boy. 4th is Little Leroy. Back with the field, Jack Boswell, trailing Dusty Lane Tito. They're looking for a second panel breather after a big-time opener. Tobin's Chester at the half, 57-4. Second is Dunsan Harry around the turn third.
That's Jackie's Boy. Fourth is Little Leroy. Jack Boswell fifth. And trailing the field with broken equipment is Dusty Lane Tito. Halfway up the backstretch going to three-quarters. The leader, Tobin's Chester. Dunsan Harry is second. Jackie's Boy on the outside third. Little Leroy fourth. Jack Boswell is fifth. Three-quarters stripped into 1:27 and 2. Off stride on the lead. Tobin's Chester self-destructed here late. Now Dunsan Harry is the leader turning home. Jackie's Boy on the outside second. Little Leroy coming way wide. Deep stretch now on the wire. Jackie's Boy and Heffernan got there. We'll need a place picture to separate Dunsan Harry and Little Leroy. The mile 1:57.1.
Well, unfortunate break here for Tobin's Chester there, getting around the last turn. It looked like when Jason kicked the plugs to keep him interested, it just kind of maybe startled him. It reminds me of that Meadowlands Pace elimination when Stockade Sealster Jameson kicked the plugs and he rolled off stride. The same thing, these young ones, they're unpredictable sometimes. But unfortunately, he made a break there around the last turn. He's putting up pretty nice fractions, 27-4. Half 57-4, 127-2 to the three-quarters. Time of the mile here today, 157-1. Jackie's Boy in the middle there for Heffernan. He made his move up the backstretch. He was on the outside, and then when Tobin's Chester made that unfortunate break around the last turn, it looked like it was opened up for Jackie's Boy to get it done, and he does get it done here for his fifth win on his freshman campaign. Time of the mile, again, 157-1 for Jackie's Boy here in the 12th race.
Jackie's Boy arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 2 by Tobago K's. Off the Amerifan Gigolo Dam, Dusty Lane Bria. A homebred of Miles Heffernan Jr. of Montecue. Jr. does the training, and Miles Heffernan Sr.'s in the driver's seat. The mile 157-1. Jackie's Boy captures a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes with the winner's circle presentation.
Now, the official results from the 12th race: Dusty Lane Tito did not finish, broken equipment. Dunsan Harry third. Tobin's Chester finished fifth and also had broken equipment. Jackie's Boy, the race winner. Little Leroy was second. Jack Boswell finished fourth. Fractions 27 and 4, 57 and 4, 127 and 2, and the mile 157 and 1. In review, which did not finish, broken equipment. 3, 5, 1, 2, 4. Jackie's Boy returning 370. The exactor 2230, triactor 7110, and the superfactor was 9327.
Follow Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurant, casino, and gaming floors. This includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling of official dates, and get the information you need from our Red Shores official platforms.
Final division of the PEI Coal Stakes for this afternoon's 13th race on parade. Number 1, Chip of Evil, owned by the Inner Rock Stable of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Corey McPherson driving. Zendaya's First Lady, number 2, owned by John Quinn of Charlottetown, trained by Stephen Quinn, Miles Heffernan. She's Just Misunderstood, number 3, owned by Don McRae of Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes trains and drives. Starship Beauty, number 4, owned by Dad Without Ebbs of Fredericton, trained by Kyle Williams, Patrick Shepard up. Roll with it, darling, number 5, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace is the trainer. Jills Barrio drives. Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, number 6, owned by Sandy Baird of Trenton, Nova Scotia. Sandy does the training. Paul Langell. Salzbrook Feisty, number 7, owned by Carrie and Lois Saunders of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Carrie Saunders. David Dowling. Number 8 is High Roller, owned by K-Max Stables of Stanhope. Corey Livingston of Village Green, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. 3 minutes wagering time. It's race number 13. And Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the final PEI Colt Stakes of the afternoon, a gold division for the 2-year-old filly Pacers. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. Got to go to the undefeated filly off of the rail. That's Chip of Evil. She's perfect. 5 for 5. Just under $30,000 in prize money. And Eddie Doucette's got another cracker of a filly, Kurt, without a doubt. I'll look for her to keep the winning streak alive. Going to go to the 7, Salzbrook Feisty, on quite a roll over at Truro, where she's won 3, had a PEI Colt Stakes victory at Summerside. So she comes into the race a hot 4 consecutive wins. He'll have to deal with the outside post. Dowling can figure a way out. I like the 8 High Roller. Again, don't like the post position, Skirt, but she's a nice filly in her own right. And if you play the Super, I was going to use the 3. She's Just Misunderstood. Real nice group of fillies in here. I like 1, 7, 8, 3. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I like the one as well. Chip of Evil, undefeated. Hard to go against her off those lines. I showed that replay from that Atlantic Sire Stake during Old Home Week. That was an incredible mile there in 56-1. She lost the cover there at the half and then got it done. So I like her on top. I do like the 8 High Roller and Murner for second on my ticket off that win last time out, 57-4. And hopefully Jason can shake off that last race. I watched the replay there. It actually looked like Tobin Chester maybe had that inside hobble break there around that last turn. So an unfortunate break for Tobin Chester. We'll see if they can bounce back here in this 13th race with She's Misunderstood, same connection. So we'll see if they can maybe surprise here. But I do like her for third on my ticket. A good second at the Milton Downey Memorial there in Woodstock in 2 minutes 1/5. And she had a nice win there on the front, 3 back 58. But they're up against it here with the 1 Chip of Evil. It looks like she is the one to beat, and currently the chalk on the board at 1-5. I'm going 1-8-3 here in race 13. Good luck with your selections. In this 13th race, post 1 Chip of Evil will have a gelded half-brother sired by Dancin' Lou, selling at the upcoming sale, Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale. Tara Baird and Elmer Folan will consign hip 128 Evil Lou. So Baird and Folan will have 4 yearlings listed to their consignment, and the 2 Zendaya's First Lady will have a half-sister sired by Roll With It Harry. Selling at the upcoming Atlantic Classic, Juanita and Alan McLeod will consign hip 60 Zendaya Megxit. And so the McLeods will have 2 yearlings listed to their consignment. race 13 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is PEI Colt Stakes 2-year-old filly Gold Division. Let's go upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Chip of Evil, Zendaya's First Lady, She's Just Misunderstood, Starship Beauty, Roll with It Darling, Eeny Meeny Miny Mo, Salisbrook Feisty, High Roller on the outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing, She's Just Misunderstood. Chip of Evil along the rail, splitting them. Zendaya's First Lady is third. Coming up from the far outside, High Roller is fourth. To get away fifth, Starship Beauty. Around the turn, that's Roll with It Darling sixth. Salisbrook Feisty is seventh, and the trailer, Eeny Meeny Miny Mo. And the undefeated filly is right on the engine. That's Chip of Evil. In line to Corey McPherson by 2.5. Second is Zendaya's First Lady. Racing from third, She's Just Misunderstood. Starship Beauty on the cones fourth. High Roller is fifth. 28-4 was the quarter. Racing from sixth, Roll with It Darling. Racing from seventh, that's Salisbrook Feisty, and Eeny Meeny Miny Mo trails. Down the stretch they come, racing towards the opening half mile. The uncontested leader, Chip of Evil, will get him halfway home. Second, Zendaya's First Lady, High Roller, up from the outside third. Following the cover out fourth is Salisbrook Feisty. She's Just Misunderstood is fifth. Starship Beauty sixth. Seventh, Roll with It Darling. Outside eighth, Eeny Meeny Miny Mo, and they got a second quarter breather. 59-2. Up the backstretch they go, and the tempo, it will pick up. The leader is Chip of Evil. To her outside, High Roller, the challenger. Salisbrook Feisty takes over third. Zendaya's First Lady at the rail fourth. She Just Misunderstood from the outside fifth. 3/4 in 1:28-2. Eighth of a mile left to go. Chip of Evil clear by 2. Salisbrook Feisty now second. Third, that is High Roller. Then in fourth, She Just Misunderstood. On the wire next, Chip of Evil all the way in the PEI Colt Stakes for Corey McPherson. Second, that's Salisbrook Feisty. High Roller third. The mile 1:56.4.
Well, nice picking here by our track announcer, Vance Cameron, as I think he's got the triactor in here with the one Chip of Evil leading the entire way here, using the rail to their advantage, and they're going to remain undefeated. They got pretty soft fractions early, 28-4, half 59-2. And you give this filly those fractions early, you are not going to get around her. 128-2. She closes it out with a 28-2 final panel to get it done. 156-4. Great effort from the 8 High Roller, who had to battle their first up for Murner. They are going to finish third in here, and a nice drive by Dowling with Salisbrook Feisty in there to get the deuce. But it's Chip of Evil delivering here as the chalk choice in the PEI Colt Stake 2-year-old filly Gold Division.
Chip of Evil arriving at the 13th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Arthur Blue Chip, is off the Western Ideal Dam Evil Fight, owned by In a Rush stable of Kensington, bred by Elmer Fallen and Terra Prophet. Trained by Eddie Doucette and driven to victory by Corey McPherson, filly remains undefeated now. 6 lifetime starts and 6 lifetime trips to the winner's circle. Chip of Evil in 156 and 4 in the PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division 2-year-old filly Pacers, the trackside presentation. Here's the official results from the 13th. Chip of Evil, the winner. Zendaya's First Lady, 4th. She Just Misunderstood was 5th. Starship Beauty, 6th. Roll With It, Darling was 7th. Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo finished 8th. Salzbrook Feisty was 2nd. High Roller, 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 4. 59 and 2. 128 and 2. And the mile 150, 6 and 4. In review, 145. 67823. Chip of Evil paid $210. The exactor $9. Triactor $28.10. Superfecta $33.53.
Six minutes away from the finale here on Saturday afternoon, 14th race. I'm going to go with a 7-3-2 triactor in here. Post time picks like 7-2-6. Classifier's choice is 3-2-5. It's super high 5 time in here as well, and I'll be back after the parade with my super high 5 ticket.
14th on the track for the post parade. Number 1 is Silver Hill Buddy, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, and Gwyneth McGuirk, trained by David Myers, David Dowling. Lehman Bruises 2, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux Stratford, trained by Wade Myers, Jason Hughes. Just Call Me Doc 3, owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Big Bad Bruiser number 4 is owned, trained, and driven by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. 5 Silver Hill Lightning, owned and trained by Stacy Darragh from Stratford. Kenny Murphy catch drives. Doc Darrell 6. Morgan Shepherd of Brackley Beach is the owner and the trainer. Colin Shepherd drives. Cowboy Logic number 7, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson, trained by Harold Shepherd. Stephen Shepherd up. He Can Rock number 8, owned by Corey Livingston of Village Green, trained by Melissa Rennie, Corey McPherson. Down to 3 minutes wagering time in race number 14. Now let's return to Kurt, and he has his Super High 5 ticket.
Great shot. That's not a building in the background. That's a big old cruise ship here docked in the harbor. And what a beautiful day of racing we've had here at Red Shores. And we're going to close it out here in race 14 with the non-winners at 12:51. Last 5 starts. I'm going to go with the 7 in here, Cowboy Logic. Steve Shepherd doing the driving for his father, Harold. And Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson, they share ownership. This guy was a 3-time winner from 15 tries this year, a mark of 54 and 3. But as you can see in his lines, he doesn't have a win in his last 4. And he's too talented to not have a win, at least in his last 4. But he's been racing pretty good. Last time out at the 17:01 level, it was a first over bid there, finishing 4th, just beat a length and a half at the wire, 56 and 1. And so he's dropping way down in class here to the 12:51 class. So I like him on top. I like the 3, Just Call Me Doc, for a second on my ticket. Ben Ford, the trainer and driver. He's putting together some great miles as well. And I like the 2 for 3rd, and I like the 6 for 4th, and the 5 for 5th. So I'm going to go 7, 3, 2, 6, 5 here in race 14. Good luck with your selections. Okay, running out of time to get a ticket here on this 14th race. I want to tell you about tonight's, the second half of our doubleheader card. It's a 16-dash program, gets underway at 6 p.m. featuring the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old colts and fillies. We also have the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series coming up in race 13 tonight. Sugar Bowl has the Rail Stone Beach Lily. Post 2, Share the Moment from Post 3, Chelsea. Post 4, Atlantic Star. Post 5, Ace 44 Dome has been racing super for Hughes, has Post 6, Tobin's Brownie. Post 7, and the Real Princess has Post 8 in that 13th race. And we also have the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial coming up in the 16th and final dash on the evening. And it will go behind the gate around 10:30 p.m. So just a blockbuster card here this evening. Again, first race post for tonight's card, 6 p.m. Race 14 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. We got 16 tonight. This is it for the afternoon card. Great working with you. As always, Vance, up to you for the call.
Right back at you, Mr. Hughes. Been a super half of the Super Saturday card here, featuring those PEI Colt Stakes. It's the 14th with Silver Hill Buddy, Leaving Bruises, Just Call Me Doc. Big Bad Bruiser, Silver Hill Lightning, Doc Darrell. Cowboy Logic, He Can Rock. Finale time. Rough and pacing, Silver Hill Buddy along the rail, leaving out. Coming from the grandstand side, He Can Rock is leaving. Third one to the turn is Leaving Bruises. The getaway fourth, Just Call Me Doc. Big Bad Bruiser is fifth. On the outside, Doc Darrell is sixth. Seventh, that's Silver Hill Lightning. And the early trailer is Cowboy Logic. So on the back stretch, approaching the quarter, Silver Hill Buddy the leader. He Can Rock pops the 2-hole, and now on the outside has the lead going by the quarter. Oh, but they're to it and at it and to it up front. 28 and 2 was the quarter. Silver Hill Buddy demands to lead it, and Dowling's got him there. He Can Rock took his shot. He's back in the 2-hole. Racing from third, Leaving Bruises, Just Call Me Doc fourth. Big Bad Bruiser fifth. Cowboy Logic underway on the outside sixth. Seventh, that is Doc Darrell. On the outside eighth, Silver Hill Lightning. Halfway home in the 14th, led by Silver Hill Buddy. 57 and 1. Racing second is He Can Rock. Leaving Bruises on the outside third. Coming up fourth on the outside, Just Call Me Doc. Riding the rail fifth is Big Bad Bruiser. Then sixth from the outside is Cowboy Logic. Doc Darrell is seventh. On the outside eighth, Silver Hill Lightning. They're over to three quarters. New leader, Leaving Bruises takes over late. Silver Hill Buddy now second. Just Call Me Doc is moving third. 3/4 in 1. 27 and 2 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Leaving Bruises clear by 3. Just Call Me Doc second. Silver Hill Buddy third. Cowboy Logic coming late fourth. Deep stretch now. Cowboy Logic. Just Call Me Doc is there in the middle. Cowboy Logic gets up for Stephen Shepard. Just Call Me Doc second. Leaving Bruises third. 1:57 flat.
Tight finish there in the 14th finale here this afternoon. Cowboy Logic leaving from post 7 here today. He needed the entire mile to get to the front, and he got there. He timed it perfectly. Steve Shepard and Cowboy Logic, they took back early and sat at the back of the bus because they were flying early. 28 and 2, half 57 and 1. Silver Hill Buddy wanted to cut it here for Dowling, and he did for a piece anyway. 127 and 2 to the 3/4. It looked like Leaving Bruises might have got a jump on the field here for Jason Hughes around the last turn, but Cowboy Logic and the 3 Just Call Me Doc, they're going to reel in Leaving Bruises. So it is a 7-3-2 try here to close it out in Charlottetown. Time of the mile, 1:57 flat. Cowboy Logic gets his 4th win from his 16th start this season. So congrats to Steve and Cowboy Logic on getting it done here in the finale at Red Shores.
Ladies and gentlemen, there goes the inquiry sign now in race number 14. We have a late judge's inquiry underway involving the break on the 5-entry Silver Hill Lightning at the finish. Here comes Cowboy Logic to the 14th race winner's circle. Bay facing gelding 6. He's by Western Ideal from the Art Major Dam, Sarah Sue. Owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson. Bred by Frederick Hertek of Delaware. Trained by Harold Shepard and driven to victory by Stephen Shepard. The mile 157. Cowboy Logic in the 14th. Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 14th. Number 5, Silver Hill Lightning finished 7th and will be placed 8th for a lap-down break at the finish. Here's the official results. Silver Hill Buddy was 8th, placed 7th. Leaving Bruises 3rd. Just Call Me Doc 2nd. Big Bad Bruiser 4th. Silver Hill Lightning finished 7th, placed 8th for the lap-down break. Doc Darrell was 6th. Cowboy Logic, the winner. He Can Rock was 5th. They went 28-2, 57-1, 127-2, and the mile 157. In review after the placing, 7-3-2, 4-8-6-1-5. Cowboy Logic paid $5.10. The exactor was $19.60. The triactor was $29. The late daily double paid $4.60. That's going to complete our live presentation here this afternoon. It's doubleheader Super Saturday here in Charlottetown. We're back tonight at 6 o'clock. Today's par mutual handle, $66,274.